is one part of other this one to explain about how to shut off bubble. And the second part, I will my real concept. Now we're going to take a look at advanced approach. Before I do this, is an out of product. Marketplace, and that's why it's great. But the reality is the same. So what I'm going to show you now is exactly how it all is. And that is like this. The market often brings from a low to a high, back to a low, back to a high, right? That's what we should expect. This is basically now we'll just talk about what's the right? Price goes well. Yeah. And the lowest point price before we break the half. So now we're going to take a look at the convention. We're going to do so that step 4, which is definitely taking everything adjustments and applying the smooth back to one. So step by step, how we do it. So the one is our bias, right, which is our shift direction. So if we kind of zoom out 15 seconds, essentially what you see is we were at eventually it's very set. We can see this high goes to the low, high, this high goes to lower low. So that's a change pattern. This low then produces these highs, right? And that produces a lower low. And this high produces this low, that's high, goes into low. And then we pretty much found ourselves in this range for a long period of time. Eventually, at some point, we ended up breaking out of this range, even as a range. And so you see that we break the low down here. So this becomes our sweet spot. And our only sweet high was where? What you have to do is this was the swing high, which is up. So now you should next and get this like I'm touching out there. So I'm coming into my first session and so market option becomes reverse commentary. And again, we are trying to get our limit time frame is price starts to get back and this is the low, right? Again, then you go closely and then goes high again. And then you go session, one way then buyers are out and so about. This could be so what we see 15 time frame is bearish and with the one. All I want to do is trade in that direction. Then it comes to case of where you get into and that was where I got into trading directly. It's a bearish. So that new that I got there to me becomes my areas because there's a possibility the price comes back to that area becomes and then obviously we have the actual order block. My stop loss also now one more time machine flow. So one more time machine flow, I don't want to do short. That's where my stop is. And so my TR, that's the type of action I want to see. And so from there, essentially the beginning of parachute. This is the 1 minute time frame machine parachute. Now the 1 minute time frame machine flow. So for that trade development. So it might when price starts to back, and this is the low, right? Again, as people find price also low. So we're obviously there. Therefore, I will complete for session. I'm the short, right? Playing and now the issue is that behind this person and it only takes one of the cards say some areas or some regions. They're looking at lower low, so that's the very set. It is this high up here, all the way down to current and low down here, right? This is London session equals. So that is also low. So we're obviously there. Therefore, I would come into session, I'm going to short ones, right? Plain and simple. Now, usually it's many kinds of price level, and it only takes one of these types. Say, some traders, some regions, they're looking at maybe any of these types as a short months. It only takes price to what it's just by now. Let's break this time. So now everyone's assumed the price is not very higher. But in reality, I have not there. So I'm coming into my session and I'm going to so market oftentimes reverses some areas. And again, the key cricket, so we are trending by confirmation to the moment time frame to these old set ideas and additional layer of confidence. I'm looking for confirmation. And at this point, use relative break time, and then because when you see after break this one time, now it's the particles in this time, myself, and then a reaction, and then the entire again. So the shot. So identify areas of time where you show actually because they're my class, it's already off to what in that year is like anyone class like and came up professor and came on a class. She told us that she woke up at 5 a.m. in the morning, does some data some piece for us, and that was the ideal part of a moment that was the right choice. I think it was in my very first week. We're all in the English lab, and we were all just understanding directly. But the concept is sure, like right, and where should I go? So I right here is current high. This current price goes down, fail to create its high, and then trade higher and breaks above its high. That is obviously a break structure. So a break structure is simply when a next price that breaks on over lower area. Similar to previous high to the upside. Now, a second pattern after it breaks structure, price line is up by somehow and then trade back down. So then you can map out this well after back second, right? You see low, high, low, high, low, and then off the back of it, you already have the expectation that price is going to trade higher. And it does. But when it does trade higher, that is a great instruction. Now we're going to take a look at advanced instruction. Before I just basic So now we're going to take a look at limiting. So this principle, Fisher's positive dimensions, right? It's not singular dimension. What I mean by that is if you look at any time frame, right? Any different time frame that you look at will show you something different. Any time frame you look at will show you something different. Because a time frame is simply just a singular view. Right? You can see step on that one. So one frame makes fairly. You know, and so we have to now read down if you've never broken a single bone, yes, direction. So if we have this law that produces these eyes, and this line is the trusted every also system itself is complex because the company
Can't believe I accidentally entered for a shirt when it was meaning to go long, bro. That's actually crazy. Listen, set an alarm for 12 p.m. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 11:30. Set an alarm. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 11:30. Make sure I'm gonna take off 800 and leave the restaurant. Without wearing a photo of high end. I'm gonna take off 800. No more limit how far I can penetrate into the 4 hour zone before we actually do a thing. So we have a little bit of a news catalyst. We have news smoke later today. So I might see the market setting this a movie. I'm thinking it to do right now. It probably max out, not too sure. And then I try setting this a movie. Let's see where I'm gonna say. Mr. Powell, the good afternoon, man. The good afternoon, man. Mm.
Why the window not open? People don't respond.
Mm-mm.
I wish they had class again.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Yeah. Man, you know, it's just, you have to mix it up first, you know. Maybe that's what they have to whenever they use it right, they're supposed to mix first.
Mix it up.
No, mix it. Okay, let me just we're supposed to mix it. So. We need to use it right. We gotta leave it clunky clunky and the island something separate. The island something and then these separate from the actual something. Mm. If we need the point top so you're supposed to mix it before you do it. Disturbing the peace of divine minds. Subtract from 180 through the square.
Okay. What's that? Huh? We can forget about him. It was just one. Just one hand. Tiny little. This one. You had one hand stand up to us and they all beauty little ass out from front to hunt and walk. And if they ever figure that out, it was our way of life. It's not about. It's about keeping those hands in line. I would show this clip in my groups. You let one hand stand up to them, and they might all stand up. You see the power of solidarity? The power. A lifetime of happiness. He is worth a lifetime of happiness. It's worth a lifetime of happiness. Middle finger, does that make it extra? Yeah. Abuse is abuse, no matter how you spin it. Well, she's right. What's there to disagree with? Let me ask you a question. Don't hurt yourself. You gotta read yourself in.
I'm so confused why this is so popular. Oh my God, this is so annoying, man. Alright, all should be good. And that's like a unique now. How long has this been running? Story, 8.5. It's been a hot minute. No matter what, I want to ride across at the heights. But my plan is the watch pack is still right. Some inside watch pack is still. A secure point shows even if this goes for a loss, that will be okay. Look, I've been break even on the day this goes to myself. Really pressure off this thing, trade the way he wants to be right now. Why does 5 minute pullback right here? We have the external structure, the New York high. One change for possibly created into the trigger. At the bottom or somewhere. Which I would be two man with it, but bottom like around here. Because there was some five that made liquidity below these roads right here, tapping to all the block. That's a little bit too surprised if we got the move from here, to be honest. But we see the market, they can do whatever it wants. We have no control over that. I was looking for entry like close to right here, but odd but below this silver gap, man, I'm looking to right now. I think the confirmation like was one. Nice, 7 subs. So, that's a big W.
Execution of that strategy, right? So you're not doing it. At 24, he's gone from pouring coffee to hustling the forest. Now teaching Dallas how to trade and win. The mindset, strategy, story behind the charts. Today's guest on my key podcast is Alex Gonzalez. If you look at inside the journey, you weren't down, but you're average. Never had never just never necessarily started big down. I wanted all these big things, but I was working very persistent against that. And I can go into the market and risk 20% of my account, and I will literally go into the grocery store, and you don't even know that I just lost $500,000. You have to learn who you are as a trader and how much risk appetite you have. I just worked a whole entire week to pay off this friend. I take it this is not going to make sense. So then from that moment forward, I kind of had this mindset that I had to change because I actually start making money in a different way that's not working. That's basically what I love it. Some people got in the best financial situation and they want to become rich. Be realistic. It costs things that you're not going to be in this journey. You have the best price. But a lot of people are back. And today, guys, I'm absolutely buzzed to be joined by this trader and entrepreneur, the man himself, Alex G. Mate, I'm going to absolutely make you cook on a daily level of podcast. I'm ready for that. I've been a podcast probably 6 to 8 months. You ready? You ready? Yeah. Mate, I think the best place to start is to give people a bit of an inside journey. See, anybody can search on social media and see the platforms, see the stuff that you got, the gadgets, the cars, the jets, all the stuff. But let's just bring it back to obviously where you began and what's your passion. And your future, give us a bit of insight and stuff. Yeah, so my parents were born and raised in Cuba. Like classic like story. And my dad
Damn, 22 views already, bro?
so Harvard.
Just started blasting out for the nose.
Friends. I don't know. On certain days, that's each year. Obviously, system about the same thing right here at D. And we were raised in a very average household. We weren't wealthy. We weren't poor. One of my parents had very big jobs in the early days. And towards around 2010, my dad opened up a business, which was wealth design, which kind of better of an average household. That we all had these cars. We all had a like could go on vacation once a month, go out to basic restaurant. So like we weren't down, but we were average. Never guys, never jets, never that type of stuff. Now it's very different. But my dad, to me, was probably one of the guys that was what led me to where I am today because he is an old school guy that just thinks work. There's no other solution to life to be successful. It's just work. He's a system, it's a product, it's a things work, practice, and money. And that obviously is very limited to him. And when we kind of crash and it's on time, he didn't doing something different besides this work to make money. So I kind of didn't tell me to like donuts, I got jobs where on the early days I was just working to make money because that's what I had to do to make money or that, right? Like just to make money. And honestly, when you're working at $50 an hour, that's not fun. Right? So the future, it's really not going to get you that many. It's not going to get you a big house. And I wanted all these big things, but I was working very consistently. Like I mentioned that. And the day that it hit me was that I got a paycheck for $150 from McDonald's. I think I don't work at 2 days, 3 days out of that week. And that same day in the mail, I got a red light ticket for $150. It's red light, they're automatic, it's a price of house. And I remember that I was like, wow, I just worked a whole entire week to pay off this red light issues that. So then from that moment forward, I kind of had this mindset that I had to change in order to actually start working in the life that I want in a different way that's not working. That's when I got into how to work online and figuring out how to make money without having to put time into something. I want to learn skills that I can actually get one. And guys, been never ending journey that we're in. What do you find is the whole human mentality to life? Like your dad just wanted you to just constantly swap time for money, time for money, time for money. Is that the whole Cuban ethos? Yeah, the whole Cuban mindset is very old school. Everything in Cuba is stuck in the 1960s, 1950s, and the only way that you can actually get something in Cuba is if you don't work for it. You have to go out and you have to hustle. Figure out a way how you can get something by you going to out to okay. There's no creativity. There's no way for you to prosper. You're not going to be able to do it. It's just not going to happen. And that's just been a mindset that's been engraved over the last almost 80 years of these Cubans dealing with economists, dealing with the depression that they're being put through. So it just kind of sticks because they're scared of taking risks. They're scared of doing something different. So the only way for you to get something is Helen Hansel was able to win any competition she applied. She was known as the contest queen, but just so do you think the biggest gift that your dad gave you was the ability to be in America right now and the opportunity and the abundance that that gives you? I think the biggest gift that he gave me is that he didn't believe in me that I was going to be who I am and that I was going to succeed to the level that I have succeeded. And I feel like that's what pushed me to want more. I mean, even now at this point, I'll lend him my apple for a weekend. He still doesn't think it's real. He doesn't think it's going to last. Obviously, his little boy doesn't understand that the amount of success like, he doesn't even know how much money I make. He just sees all the stuff and he's like, oh, he's going to get rid of it next week, next month. It's not going to last forever. He just doesn't understand. It's grasp that I have a car for you that's $7,000. He just doesn't understand that. He never will. And I'm not going to change that mindset in him because there's just no change in that. And I don't want to go back and forth with him. But him not believing in me led me to want to show him what's possible. Does he understand that you've changed the whole family lineage with what you've done? He does, yeah. He doesn't understand. He doesn't know how wealthy I am. He really has no idea. And I don't want him to know because I don't want him to bring more of that negativity towards me. Right now, we've built a good bond over the last year, I would say. He's kind of just accepted what we've done. And I don't want to like I think it must be hard for him as a like tough and Cuban guy, having seen what he's seen in life, to accept that his son's now generating like money beyond all realms of reality that he's seen. Well, you were 90% of old school Cuban dad. Yeah, and a picture was pop up. Mustache, cigar, open up a shirt, sitting thing up and stuff like that. So he's not gonna understand. When you were obviously at the point where you're at Dunkin' Donuts, looking at that paycheck, you now start searching how to make money online, how to make money, how to generate cash flow. What were some of the options that were on the table to you at the time, and what ultimately made you pick trading? So I actually started off with dropshipping, right? Because it was the most logical business model. You buy something for $10, you buy enough of it, get it for maybe 8, 9, depending on like the 12, and it just makes sense. It's a profitable business model. Started off with that, but the way that I got introduced to it is that with some type of money to actually buy out this product, so you get a credit card with some type of business to buy enough quantity of products to get a better price point. And as I was getting involved in it, I'm like, well, I don't have $10,000 to fill these right.
I'm gonna make a smaller entry right here with the rest of the available margin I have. Yep, 5.8. Not right now, of course, but when they change character and come back out, then that's a bit mind. But that's if it does what it's supposed to do right here. Mhm. But they're already testing the going out to find a different entry after it does what I want it to do. This thing's so annoying, bro. Ooh, when you turn into that dark territory now, and I should go back a little bit into a loss and the original position. So this does work out about that. It's like a nothing with it. And on the units, sorry, 0.009, 0.009. Let's see this high that I get demolished. So that was the stream doing. 4, 3 concurrent 25 views. Okay. I'll calm down now. Still W though. Okay, we have Fed in 30 minutes. Hey Siri, set a timer for 25 minutes. Appreciate it. Yep, 12 p.m. Fed pause speaks. No certified volatility, as to be expected. 'Case we get to forget, such a price that swings wildly due to the news. Let me actually set my stop loss. Zero for zero, smooth, base, smooth. There it is, stop loss. No, wait. That could be crazy. There's a factor, and extremely factor structure. You know, look at that. If they would have made one major was made to hide them, yes, but obviously. people don't, they see that come on towards and stop loss, they up for the like come on here, stop loss, then look at exit area kind of there. If you already take partial, then just let it do what it wants to do. If you keep the stop loss and you're already good at break even at the minimum, like really see the chance. You take it out of a position, look at a pocket more, you can just do this with more patient. Certain situations here, when you see that like extreme levels of like volatility, you understand that. Yeah. The market don't want that otherwise. You stop aside it say unsecured partials, why actually go? You say why am I gonna put more into this? Is it a running positive position? You must go put more into a positive position to try and maximize profits. So simple maths. If it gets stopped out, then you just life. On to the next one. No, oh man, if you just copy avoid and jump off way until the actual 1 minute chart. Good enough. 118 turnout chart.
Actually make margin profit. So I probably dabbled with that for 2, 3 months. That didn't make me any money. After that, I got into rental arbitrage. So Airbnb arbitrage, where you go to spots like this, which sublease it, just rent it out for a year, then Airbnb daily. And I studied for that probably for 3 months. I studied the laws. I created the systems. I hired
Equal
names
load
like
allocation.
I got the instinct. I did everything to build the system for it. But I was finding the right unit when it came to the times. Hello, I used to work at Apple, and I want to share some secret tricks with you. People say you should never close your apps, and they're right. It makes sense to do this no more than every day or two. Next, you don't need to pay for storage. I know you're shocked, but just use the app. It makes it so easy to clean up your photos, apps, contacts, and other data. Just with one tap, you can save your time storage and speed up your phone. It's a good way to save your money. So, save this video and try Clean free now. Imagine how it would feel if you could
So you
learn
see,
to play
it
push-up
would have
guitar
been a
like you
valid
never
entry.
in
It was
just
not
10
for me.
days. Listen, I know that sounds crazy, but I
Definitely
can
not.
show you how to do it. It's not a trick. It's not easy. I get it. I'm 20 years old. I'm 19 years old. No laptop was designed here. These actually that's not credit for how so everything was good up until the point where I actually had to go get this property and sign the lease so I could sublease it out. I tried to get one of my cousins to sign for me. They didn't do it. I tried to get my mom, my dad to do it. They didn't do it. So I was kind of just left with no option that I'm not able to do it because I can't actually sign a lease. I'm not able to get this property to sublease. Then after that, I got into trading, but I got into trading with stocks. Like a stock's like the most regulated thing. After dabbling with stocks in the minimum of $25,000 to open up a decent stock account with proper brokerage or platform, whatever it is, and I have to do a grand. And then trading forex came around. These IML events, these like multi-level market, yeah, IML. And one of my friends was like posting stories that he's like events where there's like 10,000 people and all shouting, like, profit there. So I'm like, all right, bro, this is what this is about. I went to these events and I stole the product. Honestly, after about 30 days, I realized I could teach you trading. When I understood that you can get involved in trading currencies with just $100. Like, well, this is perfect. I can just start with $100 and make two, three, $400. Like, yeah, I learned that multi-level marketing is not the way. I left that and then I just started dabbling on how to trade currencies. Went into YouTube probably for 2.5 years on endless rabbit holes. And after 2.5 years, I figured out a system that worked where it got me to the point where what was the system you ultimately figured that allowed you to transcend you having to, trade the stocks, having the gaps, having that market opens, market closes, the difference is, you know what I mean? I imagine Forex was because the market was open the whole time, right? Yeah, so the big difference between the currency market and the stock market is that it's open to 365 and the entry barrier is a lot smaller. So you can start with even $10 if you want. Two simple platforms that you start, take your first trade with just $10. But where it really did it for me was that you're actually able to trade 24/5. Right? At the beginning, that is cool because like, okay, I can have my job, I can work my 9 to 5, and then I can trade in the afternoon, or I can trade at night. That was very attractive because the stock market, you have to just trade 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. I have a job, I can't be trading the stock market, trade the currency market. Mindset that, okay, I'm going to trade when I want, not when the market's giving me the opportunity. Because so yes, the market is open 24/5, but there's about an 8 hour range, 10 hour range that the markets simply don't do anything. They just stand still. They're open, you can go take a trade, but the volatility is very low and the opportunity for you to catch a good trade is not that high. And the cost of trading those times is more expensive. But obviously I didn't know that at the beginning. I'm getting learning this after you get involved after a while. So it was very attractive at the beginning because I could trade when I wanted, but trading when I wanted was not going to make me profit. It's creating the system. The system consists of following the trends, buying or selling at a strong support or resistance level, and then having an entry signal. It sounds very simple now, but that took me about 2.5 years to really figure out. It's all about risk management as well, isn't it? Because what they say, 1-2% per trade. Mm-hmm. But I know that done other things where you turn $100 into $1 million and you're trading 100% per trade. So like, and obviously you're doing that later down the track when you've already learned the system. So if you were to break down the basic system for someone who's watching this for the first time, they've never done trading before, but they want to start, like how would you set it up from the beginning? It would start off, you need to understand that it's not you versus the market. It's you versus you. The market is not going to click buy or sell on your phone. You're the one that's going to be tempted because you're going to think that you see something in the market that makes sense and you're going to go and click that button. Before you go click that button, you need to ask yourself a series of like 10 different questions. It's like, is this properly having you're into the actual point of executing a trade? That traders don't ask themselves those questions. So the first
15 minutes into the Fed.
enter a trade, no, don't do it. Ask yourself many series of questions before you enter. Is this a logical trade? Am I looking to make back some profits that I lost yesterday? And am I looking just to be involved because I have to leave work in 5 minutes and it's the only window I have to take a trade? All these things factor greatly into the result of that trade. If you remove all of these external things and you only focus on entering a trade based off of what a trade is, 90% of people will make so much more money because they make it about the market and they don't make it about themselves. You have to take a trade when the trade is ready, not when you're ready. Trades can take 2 to 3 days to be ready. Last week, I took 0 trades. There's some weeks where you don't take trades, some weeks where you take a lot of trades. But the basis of it is taking a trade based off of what the market is telling you, not what you think that you're reading off of the market. It has to be something that is plain obvious in front of you. one of my mates, Lloyd, I watched him for years, like playing around in different charts, making trades. Sometimes I even thought he was trading too much.
Yeah.
And then he started to like just trade the Bitcoin chart and just swing trade and just take, just wait for the setups that he's predetermined. That setup is his setup, and he's only traded these type of setups. And then he just take action on those, and then the difference is like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars difference between losing thousands of dollars and now hundreds and hundreds of thousands in profit, just because if the setup's not there, even if it's not there for like 7 days, he's not going to take it. But that patience, I feel like you can't teach that. You have to live it.
Yeah, it's very difficult for you to explain to somebody that you're going to make more money if you do nothing. Just don't trade and you're going to make more money. That just doesn't make sense. Because the average person is used to, you're going to make more money if you go work overtime. You know, work overtime, you work more, you get paid more. But in this industry, the less you do, the more you make. It's very confusing for some people to just sit on their hands and just wait for the market to do its thing. They just don't understand. That's something that it took me probably, this is one of the things that in past life, 8 months of solidly just sitting on my hands before I enter the trade, when I enter the trade, and after I enter the trade. Because once you enter a trade, you try to go to the king of the world, and then you want to go do it again.
So you're chasing that high, because I suppose the high is going to touch on that. How did you originally build up your money base to be able to take the kind of trades you are now? Like how was the initial period done?
So at the beginning, I lost a lot of money. I lost about like $30,000, and it was some of my dad's money because I was getting into like convincing, getting a little bit of money, but he didn't really know what it was going towards. I told him that I was just kind of investments and stuff, but he didn't really care. So I lost about $30,000 in the first 2.5 years. But then after that, once I figured out a system, I came across this thing called prop firms. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it.
So
So
closely
these prop
two and a
firms,
half
they basically
years,
take an
nigga. Now
evaluation
you're
process. Once
privileged
you
as
pass the
hell
evaluation
to be
process, you
making
get
that
fund
much money, bro.
50, 100K, 2,
Ah,
300K,
hell
and then you
no.
keep 70% of it.
And
So
you
the
gotta get the
challenge costs about
investment. Oh,
$500,
no,
and then
you're
you get access to a
privileged.
100K account. It took me about 30 different tries, 40 different tries before I actually passed and got a payout. My first payout was for like $20,000. And then from that moving forward, I put the money into my personal account and I started risking more than the traditional 1-2%. I'm risking 5-6-7% on my personal account. And that's how I started scaling.
So just break down this funded account whole thesis, because I know some of it is legitimate, some of it is a scam, and I want this audience to understand like where to look when it comes to this.
Yeah, so prop firms are big on this data. So I guess it is a scam because they're not going to back your position 100%. It's just not going to happen. They would need so much more money than what they have to back your position. So what they do is they make calculated risk. Like they have margin accounts that, let's say you go place a trade with a one lot, for example. They have systems that will analyze that trade and be like, okay, you know what? This trade is actually worth $5. So they're taking the trade with you, but not just as much. Or like, you know what? This trade is great. I'll trade 1.5 lot. So they're trading with you, but not at the same volume that you are. Just because they have the systems that determine if that trade makes sense or not. Because they have data, not only from just you as one trader, but from hundreds of thousands of different traders that are actively trading on that platform. So prop firms use that data for themselves to create strategies. They use that data to then sell it to other platforms. You can sell it to brokers. You can sell it to people that want to create algorithms. And that's data that other people can capitalize off. So prop firms are a front end program for data. And a great for as business owners is data. For traders, it's an opportunity to get some capital. You're not necessarily getting access to $100,000 because if your stop loss is $10,000 of the account, why would you even get the whole 100,000 to even start? So it's an opportunity for traders to make money and for them to really have a follow rules. You don't want to fail. And it's a great opportunity for business owners for them to get all this data and create profitable strategies from it. It really is a win-win situation. But the problem is that a lot of the founders of some of these companies, one, they're not qualified founders to be part of a company like this. They don't know how to operate. And what they do is they don't end up capitalizing off of the data. They'll get all of the sign-up money and they'll just pocket it and hope that people fit. And some people would never create profitable strategies with these data traders. So they're just coming out from sign paying
back and then they end up being negative. But that's not the proper way to run the business. That's why so many of these failed because every micro influencer in trading thought they could operate these businesses just because they have a micro following. And that's not how this business model works. Yeah, because a lot of them got found out, didn't they? They're in the trading space, a lot of them got caught taking other sides of the trade off the back of the book as well, right? Yeah. And no, they just never did nothing. They would just offer a demo account and they would never do anything with the data. They would just keep the side of money and hope things fine. But do some prop firms say you place a trade on, I believe that, pound versus USD is going this way and I'll put this and that on. I'll just keep it super simple. And like trading against the trade and they trade against me on the back of the book. Maybe some have, yeah, for sure. Create that. You can't do that manually. There's no way. Yeah, it's impossible. Like if you have 100 traders, it's just so fast. You have to have the system. So even if you're going to do that, they have to. It's very hard. You're saying that the best market you think there is to operate in then is the forex market. It's just simply truth. The currency market is the one that has the most volatility. $6.7 trillion market. Going to the stock market, I think it's a couple $1 billion. There's just more volatility in the currency market. It's available 24/5, so you typically have more availability. Even though sessions, there's not a lot of volume. You're able to have higher leverage. So in the stock market, your leverage is cut very short. I think it's maybe a 1 to 10, 1 to 20. And the currency market, you can have up to a 1 to 1,000. So for $100, you can have a buying power plus $3,000. You just you're able to do a lot more with your money. The entry barrier is a lot less. You can start off with $10 if you want. It's just get started. You can actually make a shit ton of money, just a couple $100. And everything can also be completely centralized. You can be trading on an actual broker. You can be trading on crypto and you make money back in crypto. It doesn't have to go straight back to your bank account. Like there's just so many different ways to do this that it makes more sense than trading the stock market. Why are 90% of people they simply do not understand they just want to feel wrong. They feel just because they're in front of the markets for 9 hours looking at the charts that the market holds up trade. They feel just because they've been studying, as soon as they finish studying, they're going to go find an opportunity in the market. Just because they deposited money into an account, that they don't have to take a trade right away. 99% of traders lose money. It's because of their self-doubts, because of the strategy. You can have the best strategy in the world, but if you don't have the proper mindset to control that execution of that strategy at the right time, you're not doing anything. So you have when you write your rules down, you have them by the computer, so you see it straight in front of you visually. So you've got the chart here, and then the rules are there, and that's the rules. If I'm going to take this trade, it has to go, it has to match this. I have a checklist. I compare this all the time to, let's say, real estate, right? Let's say you're a real estate investor, and as a real estate investor, there's many different types. You can be either on a construction, you can be multifamily, you can be housing, you can be commercial. There's many different types of real estate investors. There's many different types of traders. You can be a scalper, day trader, swing trader, intraday trader, long-term investor. You don't know where you are. First thing is to understand that, so you know where to go look at. So I'm not going to be a real estate investor and not look at all these different markets because my strategy for real estate investing won't make sense as a developer because the trigger is multifamily. Multifamily won't make sense with single family homes. You have to pick which one is smart. That's the first thing. Then you have to literally go into the market, not knowing which one they are, and just best where you are based off your experience, based off of your access to money, based off of where this is located, based off of the cash flow, there's just so much that goes into real estate investing with the type that you're in now, right? How big the scale, same exact thing in trading. Now that you understand you're a day trader, okay, what type of market should you be looking to day trade? What sessions should you be looking to day trade? How great, like everything factors into it just to understand where you're going to implement the strategy. Everything that I've spoken up to right now has zero context about a strategy. Because you know who you are as an investor, you know who you are as a trader. And 99% of traders don't know any of this about themselves. They don't want to convert, so I think they're going to make money in it. So it's about you doing the inside work to understand who you are before you even step into the arena of learn that trade. Yeah, like for me, I'm a very aggressive trader. I can go into the market and risk 20% of my account, and I will literally go to the grocery store and go to the shop that I just lost $500,000. But that's me. But somebody can have $500,000 account and they lose $5,000 and they go crazy with that all day. You have to learn who you are as a trader and how much risk appetite you have. I'm
Right.
extremely aggressive, and I know that, and I figure out
Sir
ways how to
Paul
manage
speaks
it.
in 5 minutes.
Is that something you just learn by taking a risk, or is it something you can assess before you even start doing it? There were 3% at the beginning. If you get it from a treasure chest, you might just be cursed. So it's something that just goes in you as a person over time. It's been a very high risk person my entire life. I like taking risks. I believe in taking risks. What's the biggest risk you've taken this week? This week, zero. I haven't taken any risks this week. Like, I've not taken any trades. Last week, I took a $300,000 position and I made about $450,000 last week. And then the week before that, I was going to risk about 200 on a position, which would have made like 600,000. But I did a better trade. And 3 weeks before that, I lost 800,000. Like a whole one. I was like, oh, easy trade. On that trade that you didn't take for 200,000 would have netted you 600,000. What was the key thing that made you not take that trade that day? So this is when the tariff talks were going on, and markets were very volatile. And when markets are very volatile, it's a good thing that that's good, and it is to a certain extent. But at least the way that I trade, I tend to have big stops, I tend to have bigger take profits, and my trades take a little bit longer to play out. So when you have all of these crazy tariff talks, 100%, 200% on all these different countries, different currencies, that affects the market like you can't even affect. This is like, yeah. Maybe I'm talking about like 500 points up and down in the hour, which is unheard of. This is like COVID days when this used to happen. So I didn't enter that position because the tariff talks were in the air, and I didn't want to be involved in it. So the trade was USD CAD, right? So I was like, so it's talking about tariffs. I just didn't want to be involved in that position because I didn't want to get spiked out. I already got spiked out a full month before on this market. I was being very conservative about it and I said not to take it. A lot of people like quantum examples of all the time they took it. I didn't take it, but I'm pretty careful. Because I suppose there's a certain amount of volatility that you want the market to move so you can collect to take profits, but you don't want the volatility you're talking about where it wakes up and stops you out one way or the other, right? I want the markets to just do their thing. I don't want major moves. I'm not an investor, right? An investor wants major moves because they can create a P&L on his chart. Wrong. I don't want that. I want for the markets just to slowly and move normal. Because that's where you're able to actually enter a bounce trade, let it rise 2 3 days, and there's none of these mixed you have to just take you out. It can be right about the direction, right about the trade, but these wicks will just take you out. And it makes you a little bit frustrated because your trade is laid out, but you're getting your footage you grab that. And one of your key rules is never trade with the trend run. Never trade with the trend. You're not trading with the trend. Don't short in a bull run. Never. I mean, I'll do it because I don't care, right? But like, I don't recommend. I think you've got to know again, know your risk appetite and know what your backing is in your other accounts before you go start doing these plays. For sure. I've seen some people short during bull markets on pullbacks and stuff and make lots of money. I think it takes a lot of kahunas to do it because you talk about risking a lot of money. Yeah, like that's something that I like doing and I feel comfortable with doing, and not everybody can do that. But I do agree there is a thing. I mean, if something is super high, it's world retracement. I'm going to take those retracement trades. Are those the logical trades to take? No. But there's a high probability of that happening just because the market has to create those retracements. What time frame what should people trade in? What time frame? It depends the type of trader you want to be. If you want to be a day trader, swing trader, you should be between weekly, daily, 4 hour. You want to be kind of a day trader, scalper. You want to be a daily 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Depends on the approach you have. I like to say that the higher the time frame, the more respect. It's just it's like if you were to have a stronger build to something. The daily and the weekly for it to move, it's going to think about it a lot more versus the 15 minutes. It takes 15 minutes for one candlestick to be made, and it takes a whole entire week for one candlestick to be made. Higher time frames are better, harder stronger decisions. I mean, I watch guys like, I don't know if you call him a trader, but like Julian Petrulis, who he'll take a trade, say, Tesla, he'll obviously from stocks, he'll look at the balance sheet, he'll look what they're doing, he'll know where the earnings data is coming out, he'll take the trade, he'll take it for 3, 4, 5 months. You know what I mean? And then he'll sell out when he's quite big. I've seen him make tens of millions doing it. Yeah, I mean, these are more position traders, and these position traders, they're also looking at fundamentals, looking at earnings. I don't look at any of that. I just look at the chart. I care about fundamentals. So you only trade off the patterns of the chart. Only off of one part. Yeah. So what are the key names of the patterns that you study and look at and look to implement on the chart? For me, it's just strictly market structure. I need to understand if the structure is bullish or if the structure is bearish. If it's bullish, it's heading up. If it's bearish, it's heading down. That's all I look for. If the majority of the time frames, if the structure is heading up, look at the structure as the majority of the time frames are heading down. Instead, all I look at is what is the market doing? Is it going up or is it going down on all the higher time frames? Whatever it's doing, are you fine? If you're managing risks correctly and you've got a big enough account for what you're putting on, and you can afford to wait, how could you ever realistically lose? You could lose less trades, right? Because you could wait a longer period of time to make sure that those trades are profitable. Yeah, you can have bigger stocks, you can have longer take profits, but I will make more money on the short term and long term leverage trading these day trades. They just make me more money. I could make 20, 25% of the market easily. What used to happen with me is when I used to trade years ago. I realised now from even just talking to you and observing from years, my friends over the years, that I realised I was trading too much because I was profitable when I was trading smaller amounts of trades. But then as soon as I started trading more volume, and then I started to get smacked around and started to lose, right? But one of the things that used to piss me off was I used to have to pay an overnight fee for keeping the trade on. But so I'd have to you have to balance up whether it's worth paying the overnight fee or whether it's worth closing the trade. So why are these overnight fees on these accounts? Because it's just the cost of doing business. It's just the cost of holding that position. Right? It's what the broker's going to charge you. It's what the platform is. Swap, commission, spread. These things are inevitable. It's just the fee is the cost of doing business. And I hate it. Trust me, there's some times where I've held trades for like 4.5 days, and it'll take 10, 15% off my profit. One thing why I mean, I can why it's profitable for them, but this does not help me at all. Yeah, it doesn't help us as traders, but it's the cost. I tried to figure out ways how to go around it, maybe closing and re-entering. But as soon as I close the trade and I enter uniquely, it's not worth saving 10, 15% on. To say you close the trade and you close out at a profit, and you go and enter this new trade, but without doing it against your fundamentals, you're just chasing the market again. You're chasing the trade. You're not taking the logical setup that you have taken. You're just predicting that you're going to keep falling. You're just going to keep falling, whatever you're saying. Yeah, because you can't treat this new trade that you just put on as the same one that just made a profit, even though it was literally like a minute ago. It's just like, yeah, I think that's where a lot of people lose money. Yeah. I've certainly done that as well. Like, I'm talking small account, a few $1,000s here, a few $1,000s there, but I was just trying to learn how the chart setup is. I got smacked a few times trading against the market, thinking it's going to come down. You know what I mean? Like, and the next, green, and you're just watching all of your money go. Like, it's exhilarating to see how fast you can evaporate money in these markets. I mean, you can also make it as fast.
Yes, yes, Gama. Ah,
I continue to trade it, the less I want to trade, but when I do trade, I trade big. So I don't think I'm gonna ever stop trading because it's like a skill set that I've learned that doesn't take much time in my day and makes me really good money. And I've created a system where I really deeply understand this without having to put a lot of time. So I don't think I'm gonna be as on top of it as I am now. I do it now because social media, a lot of people look up to me, and I have just passion for teaching people and putting it out there. It's like a flex, you know. I love like whenever I post a story, 200,000 people are seeing it. I'm like, yo, how am I gonna go from here to here? And 200,000 people just saw that. I think that's kind of cool. You know, that's kind of like motivates me. You know, right now. So I think as time continues to go on, I'm just gonna keep trades from me, and I'm just gonna make one big trade every week, every other week. And that's it. So I'm gonna trade less, but when I do trade, I'm gonna risk a shit ton of that trade. Trading is the most profitable area to be like to build any kind of personal brand online when you think about it, because you've got all the back end deals you can do with platforms. You've got you can sell education on it on how you do it. You can also put and then you can also do lifestyle content on the back of it. So it's like the perfect vehicle for like that's why there's a lot of people in this industry that take the case out there because they go and get all this money and then they use the lifestyle to sell something that they're perhaps not even trading. No, and maybe they just got lucky in a period of 3 4 months and just content maximizing that period right there. How do you balance it though? Because obviously you live a very big life. The jets, you have the you got the houses. I saw you smashing through the house with Mike the other week. Oh, you saw that? I was like, you got Mike running through windows. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how are you keeping yourself on the levels that you can still operate? You know what I mean? I mean, I would say that I like having fun and I know when to have fun. And since I don't have to be involved every single day in markets, I can tell right off, right in the morning, if I'm going to be involved for the rest of the day or if not. I wake up every single day, 8:30 in the morning. And by 10:30 in the morning, I know if I'm going to be in the market or not. If I am, I stay until about 1 in the afternoon. If I'm not, I'm not looking at the market again until midnight. So I have the full entire day to do whatever I want, to go have fun, to go create new content, to go and smash Mike through a window. Like I'm able to go do so much because I know what I need to be involved in the market and I know what I don't. Every single day for this past last week that just went by, after 10 o'clock in the morning, I can even screen wise and not have to step in it. It's midnight. That's all. Have you got big plans for your small business? Is there a business plan that can fit your unique, ambitious, and ever-changing business needs? Get a hosting plan that can grow with your business success. But I imagine the early days of your life when you're trading, between when you wake up and get out of that bed to when you walk to that screen. Now, between you waking up at 8:30 in the morning, you walk to that screen, you've got Latinas, you've got spaghetti, you've got all the distractions and all the exotics that you can imagine between you and that computer screen where you can trade. How do you even get to the computer screen? I prioritize my work very much, and I'm very passionate for what I do. And my work comes first over anything, over anything. And I always think, if I let this get to my head where I'm the shit, I'm not going to use it. So I my work is to continue getting what I want. But I never use that focus.
So either one of them can give me a possible entry because this is going up to this high right now. This is going up to this lows right now. So whichever one can get entry. I'm willing if you take either one because I'm a correct on one, the other one I'm in the opposite direction means that the money there is. But I don't see why not. And yeah, I don't see why not. Don't matter whichever one work on. I don't want to work on them. 2.3. I just wonder some stuff to go above that height. If it does work out, but the carrot system and all that shit, like, what's the sense? Man, I just put your best in gears, man. What do you think, you know? Some batteries like a 15 pip. In this case, there's no reason for me to like extend the period, so for this case, yeah. So they had to get taken away, go and see what to do. We'll see what to do. Oh, ba 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 da 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 da. Da 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 da. Seremos importanti non mi mocno sbagliare. I'm talking football, I'm supposed to be talking football. Oh, but when I reach a point, yeah, but that, yeah, by the time we choose to do that, then USC can turn on to sell off. A turn off and buy up, then sell off again. Medical person. What you doesn't take us some more partials. You can possibly invest. Graduate and like break up movie from.
think you lose everything in one move, or do you think you lose everything in a series of moves over a period of time? Yeah, the way I've set up things for the last few years, I would literally have to become a drug addict, and become uni for 5 years for me to lose everything, and never work a day again in my life for me to lose everything. But how did that happen? Is basically impossible. I don't do drugs. I barely ever drink. So I set myself on a lane where I don't ever have to figure it out. Right now, I think the same lifestyle without trading, without posting content anymore for the next 15 years. Like, I've really seen myself. I've invested diversity in many different things, and I've done this strategically because I don't know if the market's going to go through another COVID, if it's going to go through another terrorist talk. And I don't want to depend from the market to continue to make money. Like, whatever I post that I'm flexing jets, cars, like, this is a very small portion of what I have, because I don't ever want to be in a position where I can't continue to have this. I don't want to have it in just a period of time. What's your breakdown though? Like 10% real estate? Yeah, like give me a breakdown. So it's a 30, 30, 30, 10. So out of 100% of income, 30% of it I save mandatory. 30% of it I mandatory go to residual expenses, whether it's team, whether it's mortgages, whether it's just bills, cars, insurances, losses, scholarship. 30% I have to mandatory reinvest into something. Mandatory reinvest. If you're not investing your money, you're not growing your money. I can only save this much without doing anything. So I save 30%. I put 30% into my residual expenses. I put 30% into mandatory investing. Whether it's creating just a portfolio for crypto, waiting for the right entry, either buying real estate. I'm pretty heavy into real estate right now. Watches, cars. Get the money out of the bank account. Don't leave it in there. Put it into something else, just so you have access to it, and it makes you be more strategic with what you have. And then 10% I splurge. Do you count like content as an investment? Because obviously it brings you eyeballs, brings you money, brings you content is. Yeah. Here's a trick that not many people know about their phone. If you keep running out of storage on your phone, don't pay money to.
Hey, you want to know what? I don't care.
70% of what I've invested. Right. My face, my brand, who I associate myself with has no price tag. If you were going to proportion it like in percentage terms, how much more have you made off education compared to trading? It really, really varies. For example, last week, I made no money from trading. I made all the money from education. I made all the money from technology. I made all the money from real estate. I made all the money from this because I didn't trade last week. The week before, when I made, it was like $400,000. I think it's like 70% because I made a lot of money from trading, and then everything else just does whatever it does. When I lose $800,000 in a month, I lose money that month, then I make money from all these other things that happen. So it really depends on how to be in the market at that time, because it's been very up and down. Do you think now, just to cut through like the Instagrams, the TikToks of the world, the YouTubes like you are, do you think you have to have this exotic lifestyle to be able to have this content, to be able to market trading, to be able to get people into your calls and all this kind of stuff? So it depends on the approach you want to take. For me, my approach is this crazy kid lifestyle, because that's generally how I am. Like, I really, like, I can show you pictures of me in high school. Like, I was exactly how I am right now. I got kicked out of high school. Like, this is really how I am. But if you want to create a personal brand and you want to attract a community, I say is don't try and be a practical version or a wannabe version of somebody. Because people are going to be able to tell the difference, and it's not going to come off as authentic. It's going to be very hard for you to create content and be very consistent. The reason why for me I'm very consistent is because I'm just being me 24/7. We just happen to have a camera right there. Like, I'm not doing anything new for the camera. I'm just capturing the moment. And a lot of people, they create the moment and it doesn't look captured. It's not real. So if you're going to create a personal brand, whether you want to create a community, you want to do whatever, make it as genuine as you can for you. And there is a niche of people out there that will cater to you, and it will be more genuine. So you're going to be able to create more content as you. It's going to be more original and more real. The best example is this guy, Sam, whatever, the big bodybuilder. What's his name? Sam Sulek. Sam Sulek. Dude, I would hate to watch that guy's video. That shit is boring to me. The guy's just sitting there, just talking. You can't even like see his face. It's this very like underground vibe. Yes, there's an audience that caters to that. If I wanted to do that right now, it won't work because it's not authentic to me. I can't do what he does. It's not my vibe, and he can't do what I do. So if you want to go create a personal brand, you want to go out there and market whatever, be as genuine as you can so it doesn't become work. It just becomes your life being captured and you just putting it out there. Yeah, quick one for you guys. As you're aware, in 2017, I set up contentremoval.com with the main aim of protecting brands from negative online content. So if you're an entrepreneur, a personal brand, or a brand online that's affected by negative online content and you're looking to remove images, videos, search results, fake accounts, or anything else online, go to contentremoval.com. I mean, something I'm trying to curate for myself at the minute is like, okay, which pillars of my life do I want to show the world? And then I want to create it off the back of that. Like for me, it's boxing, it's the fitness, it's the podcasting, it's the traveling, it's the, you know what I mean? Just putting all the pillars together. Did you make a kind of a plan before you stepped out in the way that you are stepping out now? I was very hesitant to putting everything out there like that. I didn't really want to do that. It's kind of a bit of, invasion of privacy. But once you start seeing how many people you start motivating and the benefits that you reap from it, I'm like, you know what? About privacy, I think it's just so much be as transparent as you possibly can be. It's like now, like some people know more about me, remember things about me that I don't even remember. Like you just reminded me of the mic thing. I forgot about that. Like that was like gone. Yeah, it was just like a moment thing, and that's it. It's gone. Like it's not a big deal. It's just I was just living my life, and I got captured. That's it. When you're riding down the road and you got a bike in the back of the truck, people are going, "This is so unsafe." I'm like, bro, just relax. I will agree in the part when we were shooting the guns, I could have had a little bit more gun control, fine. But like, I've been trained for like the last 2 years to go shoot guns. Like, we had everything very separate. I only had I know I got big bullets for it. I got everything there. I got even the comments. No, right, bro. I want to come shoot guns with you now. Yeah, they be a lot. How come I'm not shooting guns? How come I'm doing it in the studio? Do you know what I mean? I need to shoot some stuff up, man. Honestly. Yeah. It's good that you've got that kind of flamboyant lifestyle, and like I say, you have to find that flavor for you. But did you actually make a concept plan, or did you just go flamboyancy and then just scale it up? I mean, yeah, obviously, whatever I'm doing, I then create strategies on how to mass put that out there. I have plans on whatever's being captured, how do we maximize that? Right, yeah. Whatever's being captured, whatever's going on, we create multiple different ways of how to put that mass produced there. What's the best ways that you found? So the first thing is going to be you need a story. There has to be a reason why you're going to do something, right? So Mike's with Miami, and Mike wants to have a good time. I got a good time for Mike, right? Mike, you look like you want to rage. I have a place where you can go destroy us. So like you have to give it a story. You have to give it a twist, everything for it to make sense. Like you never shot guns, right? It's like, nah, dude, there's no guns inside, there's no guns in nothing. I'm like, I got you. I got all the guns in the world. You're like, you've been honestly the drifting. He's like, oh, I've never drifted. Well, like, you have to create a storyline to everything. So everything kind of connects. After everything connects, then you just make it the genuine. You went alpha for the first 5 minutes of your morning. So you wake up, don't do anything else other than maybe brush your teeth or use the bathroom, go back onto bed, sit down cross-legged, and this is when you want to meditate. Jose Silva was a radio repairman who lived in the border town of Laredo, Texas in the 1940s. He had 10 kids. And his kids were not doing very well in school. Now, Jose Silva had a crazy idea. You see, he had served in the USI, and he was fascinated by the psychological questions that the Army psychologists would ask new recruits. So he decided to look at psychology and then look at what he knew about radio repair and figure out how he could change the mindset of his kids so they could do better in school. As a radio repairman, he knew that if you reduce the resistance of a wire, the electricity will flow. So he wondered, what could I do to reduce the resistance of the resistance in his brain? He experimented with biofeedback. He experimented with hypnosis, and sure enough, his children's grades started improving at school. But then something astonishing happened. He was sitting down with his daughter Isabel, reading a history book and asking Isabel questions. So he would read that on your page without it look like you just want to upload something, and then you just clip it and put it everywhere. I have probably 75 different short form accounts that just get everything and clip it and just start causing chaos. Do you own all of your short form accounts, or did you operate like a Tate did, where he spread it across thousands of other accounts? Yeah, I own every single one. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's others out there that are just fan pages that they create them, but 75 that we manage and we do content on, it's all ours. Yeah, our own editors on everything. Do you find it better to be able to control your own pages? Yeah, of course, because you upload what you want, you upload it how you want, you ask the system as you want, it's your editing style, it gives the message that you want to give. Some of these editors that you get the contract and paying a lot of views, it's not what you would want maybe, and it's due to how as passionate as the system as you do. Is it more expensive? Is it more expensive the way I do it? Sure, but it's just worse. Yeah, it's harder. You get higher value content, don't you? And I suppose you have a set content guideline on what they create, even down to like the color palette of the LUT and all that kind of stuff. It just I suppose controlling your own narrative, you can drive your own traffic from different accounts and test certain metrics. Yeah. Well, when you come to like accounts like that, what are you kind of looking for when it comes to like these editors? Like, what's good versus bad? You know what I mean? Yeah, I used to be involved in that part. Lately, I haven't been really involved in it. I have one guy that overlooks that entire department. Like, we're uploading probably like 120 pieces of content every single day, and he watches every single clip before it goes out. Yeah, I would just say it just has to find who Alex G is. But you say like 70 accounts, right? Where are those 60, 70 accounts? Are they across all platforms or it's 70 on Instagram, 70 on TikTok, 70 on YouTube. Oh, really? Yeah, so we're having and where are you finding the most loss at the minute? I mean, it really varies. I say it's just equal. Like whatever content works, so we have a strategy, right? Where we have 3 accounts, 4 accounts, which is whatever clips work on all of these accounts, we upload those viral clips in these specific accounts. So on this account, we only upload viral clips that have already gone viral because it's proven concept. You can upload 10, they get 20, 30, 40,000 views, but one will get 10 million. That one that gets 10 million, we just upload on one specific account. No edits. No, the same exact reel, we'll just re-upload it on a different account. Maybe we'll flip it, or maybe just change a couple text so the algorithm detects that it's something different. But it's a proven concept that works. And then there's just this wonderful Instagram account that is just full of viral reels. And then you just repurpose the same exact content that works. So in terms of which platform works the best, I say it's just equally as full. But whatever works on Instagram, you just replicate it on a different account. Whatever works on TikTok, you replicate on a different account. Whatever works on YouTube, you replicate it on a different account. It's just that specific viral content. Right, so the structures are different for the different pieces of content on Shorts, TikTok. No, it's the same clip. Like one clip that goes viral on Instagram doesn't go viral on TikTok. and one that goes viral on TikTok won't go viral on YouTube. It's the same video, we're just uploading it on all three platforms. But whichever one goes viral on each platform, we'll create a unique account and then we'll upload that viral clip only on that account. And it 8 out of 10 times goes re-viral again. I've also seen these accounts that upload the same clip over and over again. If it's not broken, don't fix it. If it's a proven concept and it's getting views, that is mistake. Why would you try and reinvent that? We've done that with quite a few of our podcast tips to get like 3.1 million or something like that. We'll just repost it, re-edit a little bit of structure there, and just repost it again. This is Kit. He likes to waste scammers' time. He doesn't like when nice people get taken advantage of, though. So ThreatLocker sponsored this video where we're going to be protecting our less tech-savvy loved ones by combining our powers to create the unscammable PC. Not only have we changed some of the hardware to give those scammer degenerates a tough time, but we're also going to use some of Kit's own software that you may have seen on his channel and some help from our friends at ThreatLocker. Okay, we're ready then, right? One important thing. You need these. Now we're ready. Oh, wait, no, we still need costumes. Right, okay. They will try to pull up our webcam. Oh, perfect. So I fit in. Yeah, there we go. We're nice people. Don't scam us. I'll just wear this hat. Okay, yeah. We'll be father and son on a fishing trip. Please take me fishing, Papa. We're fishing for scammers today, so. Let's talk through what we set up on our side. We started with a perfectly normal gaming computer, but the thing is that would be pretty nice for the scammers to use. So to make it a little bit slower, more like what Dan's running, we parsed of course, and then we underclocked the rest to make the experience feel a little more authentic and a little more frustrating.
I haven't seen anything with like any updates or anything, so I don't really know what to expect here. But season 4 is here. Nice, man. How am I looking at here, bro? Oh, my fingers. Nice. Oh, they changed that. Oh, that's cool. That the store works right now. Yep, there it is. When it says don't buy yet, click on create a class and look at the gun. What gun is this? I mean, I can't lie, it's kind of sick. Just look at the LC10. Do we got fucking ads in the create class now? What? Oh my god, bro. Bro, we got, when you build your loadouts, they're like, hey, by the way, check out this building. Oh my god. Yo, have you seen the story yet? Click on event too. There's ads here. All I see is battle pass. Hmm. Oh, that is funny. Holy man. Wow. Well, so far the changes seem to be there's ads and guns. Like you can just everything was laid out was fucking perfect. And somehow we've gone backwards with the UI system. Unbelievable, man. Where's solos? Where's battle royale solos, bro? The only fucking solos in this game casual mode now. Anyone hiring? I'm cooked. Is anyone hiring? I mean, that's my fucking content is spectating, and now I can only spectate box. I can only my fucking content is spectating solos, and now I can only spectate robots. I'm unemployed. I lost my job. So you can only play normal battle royale. What, dude? What are they doing? Who is making these decisions? Bro, how? Who? Dude, I'm gonna fucking tell. I'm actually gonna tell. I'm not even mad about the solos being gone. Like, who is steering the Warzone ship? Who is directing this fucking boat? Why would they? Trios they're just gone forever. Like, fuck trios. Like, if you have three total, is your group? Fuck it. Like, dude, what? Oh my god, bro. How did they bring back Verdansk and fuck that up? Like, good lord, man. Dude, they brought Verdansk back, which was like a high here, and they somehow fucked it up. They got the most players they've had in months and or years. Battle Royale casual. What? I have to, dude. I want to get on the phone. Who's fucking in charge of this? I want to know who's the guy. Who is directing this ship? I mean, you know what, dude? Let me speak to the manager. You know what? I'm gonna fucking let me talk to the manager of Warzone. I would like to talk to the manager of who's directing this ship here. How do you, bro? So you can only play normal games right now with 4 or 2. What if you wanted to play solo? You have to play against robots? This is cooked, bro. We are cooked, man. When's this new Battlefield come out? I'm dead ass. When's it come out? Hey, bro, I'm going to tell y'all something. If this new Battlefield comes out swinging, Call of Duty's in trouble. That's all I'm saying, man. All right? Listen, dude, the decisions that they are making are fucked. Like, genuinely fucked. Oh, Lord have mercy. I bet there's more people playing Battlefront 2 right now than Verdansk. How many people are playing Battlefront 2 right now? I've been seeing this whole trend on the internet. Battlefront 2 is fucking back, apparently. A 15-year-old game? And what the fuck is Clash? Like, what is this? Ranked? Why is ranked off? Like, why did they just turn ranked off? I don't understand that as well. Like, the decisions this company is making are bad decisions. Let's throw a question out there to just by chat. Let's get a little bit of a survey here, right? Obviously, we're not, everyone playing this game. Did anyone ask them to get rid of any normal solos and/or trios and add just casual options? Did anyone ask for this? I didn't see anyone ask for this. So no one asked for this. Tim's freaking out about spectating. Yeah, I might have to get an actual job again, bro. This is ass. How am I supposed to make content, bro? I'm just trying to think why they would make this decision. Like, genuinely. Like, what could they... Are people complaining still? Like, what are they doing, bro? Is this all Fortnite's fault because they added the fucking rollback? This is all... You know what, dude? Is this fucking Fortnite's fault? Is this all Fortnite's fault? Because Fortnite added the robots, and you know what? I'm going to say this too. Fortnite is also fucking up with this whole robot thing. Like, what is this robot? Why would I want to play a game against AI? There was nothing like this back in the day, right? You weren't running around Rust on MW2 playing robots. You were playing other gamers, bro. Holy shit. You had campaign where you would play the robots, but then you go multiplayer, and this is a pretty fucking crazy thought here. You play against other players. Is that insane that in multiplayer you're playing against other players? Holy shit, right? Now I'm queuing into Verdansk playing fucking AI. For what? They got rid of normal solos because they're trying to get people to play the casual mode. They left in normal, no one would play it. That's the point I'm making. Why are they, like, are more people in the Battle Royale casual? I'm so confused, bro. We need GTA 6 like we need air right now in the gaming community because holy shit. Like, what in the fuck is everyone doing? Obviously, ranting, bro. Sky Arendor deserves me 50 gifted, man. Absolute legend, bro. Thank you, Arendor. I don't know why you did that. Maybe you're like, keep preaching, Tim. You know what I'm saying? I really do appreciate the 50 gifts from Arendor there. I appreciate that, and thank you for the 50 gifted, man. You're an absolute legend. We get a dummy for Arendor one time in the Twitch. That's 50 gifts on Twitch. I appreciate that, man, and thank you, bro. I do appreciate you guys. Chat, I'm not just going to up and just play Battlefront 2 today, okay? Guys, please, man. I have a whole thumbnail made for Warzone. I will say, if I had known that they fucked it up like this, I would have hopped on BF2 today. Good lord, man. I'm going to have to, dude, I have to fucking... Oh my god, they got rid of solos, bro. I have to go. I got to figure something out. My job's at risk here. What the fuck am I going to do? I gotta fucking GTA RP again, bro. I gotta be Dale Morse again. Is that the answer? I gotta go back to Dale Morse now. But guys, I can't play Battlefront today. Listen, I'm gonna play this today for probably an hour or two, and then be like, well, I'm off. I don't understand how. Like, they bring Verdansk back, and they fuck that up too. It's actually insanity. Now we're just gonna be playing Verdansk with robots. That's cool, man. That's sick. That's what everyone asked for, I think. Yeah, that'll get them. That'll get him hooked. So far, now we're just going to be playing Verdansk with robots. That's cool, man. That's sick. That's what everyone asked for, I think. Yeah, that'll get him. That'll get him hooked. So far, I'm not kidding you. The biggest change I see is that you can buy bundles when you're making your fucking guns. That is the largest change I think. I guess that's it. And they took away solos. Oh, how big was this update? It was 20 gigs. 40? The only thing I've seen is that we got fucking ads right here now, and I could buy. I love pizza. It would probably be my last meal on earth. Unfortunately, it has a lot of calories, so every time I eat it, I feel like I have to earn it. The other night, I was watching La La Land while eating pizza on the treadmill, of course, which led me to think of my most genius idea ever. Mom, I'm going to carry the world's largest pizza up to the Hollywood sign. Oh my God, you're another idiotic idea. Well, at least I thought it was a good idea. So I booked my ticket and off to Hollywood we go, home of Big Mama and Papa's Pizzeria, serving up the biggest pizza in the world, naturally in the heart of a city where no one eats gluten, nearly 3,000 square inches, 200 slices, and the capacity to feed 70 people, or just one of me. Unlike most Hollywood engagements, I want to take a few minutes to get to know what it is I am committing to, so we're going to go inside right now and take a look at our opponent. I see Mr. Beast in the side. What are our odds? I see the correct thing of thanks. Life is hard. Welcome to As I make eye contact with this pizza for the very first time, I am beginning to regret everything. Under normal circumstances, it's a solid hike with tons of calories burned. Now imagine also carrying a big hot Sicilian on your back the whole way up. Oh my God. I think I can eat this whole thing. What? I think I can eat this whole thing. Yeah. You don't know? No. Yeah, you need to give me 2 hours. You're not going to eat it? No. No. I don't think you can get to the bottom. Oh my God. That's a big cross energy, man. Let's just walk across. It's only way more than the Starbucks. Like, thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Very intimidating yet enticing size. So the strategy to go up this hill is to use a rope and then use a towel on top of my head for some support. So Katie's going to help me here. Well, I'll try to. Watch a survivor once. Use this rope on the side once. I think that's just fast. Oh, it's not. It's taking a lot longer than expected. It's a lot different. He doesn't. It's a lot different than I've read. A few times as much.
Oh, we're looking at possibly a second entry for the day, the second entry for the week, third entry for the week. Almost there. We are in like right here. Stop us right here. 1.6, 3.16. Here we go. Based on how spreads work, not sure probably start from around so 1 to 5 starts around here. Taking like an actual partial right here, like a good size, like of this 1020 units, I'm gonna take off probably like 400 right here. That's the plan. I don't like having such a small zone though. I don't like it. Anyway, got to make my entry. My second. This is on USD CAD. Didn't I add USD CAD? No, I didn't. That's weird. Okay. USD CAD. USD CAD. 1020 minutes. Let me see. Over. Give me a sec. 1 to 10. 1 to 10. Right? Now risk. I'm done on it. Confidence, feeling pretty confident on this. Bit of 3. Um, Confident. 12. 12 position right now. 12. That's the New York session. New York Y. Equals setup. Liquidated high. 50 minute was liquidated. 1 minute order block entry. Time for the picture. Screenshot. Sure. Choose time. Link this now. I'll go down to the 1 minute. It should be generated. Sure. Open. Yeah. Check this valid. I found the valid character of my engine. Luckily, the book I'm telling you that there's some after 2 hours. So the one I'm using is a little system into that at 5:55, click to 3 p.m. Anyway, this one earlier this morning, mm, around the introduction at 8:50 a.m. And then for this one, introduce one 12:50, 12. And because over here, so it's automatically track the last time intercept. The last time intercept is exit time. So if we go for this now, okay, look at editing. It's when you turn at 12:57. No, please. 5 more seconds. Mm, so, mm, okay, so now we make up. First is now, see, the up easy. So that works. So, yeah, taking partials at 1 to 5. That's normal. So I have some 5-minute liquidity solution. So it's probably a 1 minute more right here. So equal those right. So that'll be equal in 1 minute. Equal those is only 1 minute. Equal those is again on 1 minute. Or relatively equal those is in 1 minute. So I pull that blue right here. And then of course this right here. So that's all the liquidity your target. I'm looking to close all these before the market go on break. So then we can close it without having to wait until 5:05, 5:15, so like I said, stop loss. Right. So now the one thing I want to know is when price come up here. So now, so look at that, we're gonna set yeah. Right, set 1 minute liquidity. So the second position for the day. So right now, that's the stop loss on this one as well. Something it's back to pressure volume. Then come up with a new better myself. Where exactly point it is. Which one is big one? Let's see here. Stop loss 1.3762. We're wrong with that. That's right. 1.37262. So I'm gonna set the financial USB get chart. I'm gonna write out to you. Damn, bro. Yo, no, no. Oh, that's such low risk. That's 25 cents. No, we put that over the hiding. Put that over the hiding. No, that's way too low. Picture me to the side. The screenshot me to the side. So this one, me risk. Yeah, almost $2. My risk, 60 cents. Still low. Might as well. It's equal to the so much degree about size. Like, I don't get why that's so weird. That's so much degree. No. Mm-hmm. Supposed to come up with now they want to know the warfare before exactly. Mm. Headphone speaker. The E30. Okay.
Struck down all over me. Give you energy. Yeah, I know Kofi can find a use for it. Okay. Margaret. Barrel? No, I'm kidding. I'm taking a picture. All right, guys, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Turtle. We're not going to open it until we get to the top, but no matter what, we're going to make it up to the top here. So let's start starting again. Apparently, the toughest part of the journey is at the very beginning. Definitely a big hump on my neck. I feel like I'm going to attract a bunch of stoners right now, like how the nosebleeds would attract a shark. You hear that? Is there any wildlife out here? Yeah, there's rattlesnakes, bears, squirrels. I mean, there's a few pieces who lost the rip for a protein topping it. But in all seriousness, hopefully we don't come across any animals between oil leaking onto me and the heat beating down on me. I probably smell like I'm actually an A-course. Awful. I feel like I've done 100 sets of lateral raises. How much shoulder hypertrophy do you need to get on this hike? Maybe we'll find something ready. Yeah, holy shit. One of the reasons why this trail is so tough is because there is no shade at all. And I have my own little Italian sombrero here, providing more shade than a Kanye West tweet. But I'm hoping the pizza doesn't get too hot. The cheese might go bad. But I guess we're going to see what happens here. I already know it's going to be negative in that fall. I'm waiting for you. You guys are nice. You were going to be here. Well, we got 100% faith in you, but right here. What a best. Yeah. Right down. I'm going to do that man after this. And my neck is going to be old homebound after this. This pizza smells so good. I'm going to take it down with an Italian mascarpone at the top. Yes. Right. Which start on me. Become so fun. This hike is supposed to be this. What did I have to forget? Well, you only have a camera in your hand. I think I'm gonna get shorter after this video. I'm gonna compress down to 5 to 10. Where's your end session? Shut up. It is. I don't know. When do you what? Yeah. Oh shit. Yep. But who knows how far that. My God. This deltoid. Can you kiss it? I don't know what a deltoid is. My shoulder. Oh, that sounds like a breast hurt. Hey, what shit? I hate nature of all sorts right now. Are we gonna make any stop showing us too, or Josh's? That's not just poop. That's dangerous food for me. Honestly, I don't even care if there's horse food on the pizza I'm eating. This is very kind of my new Ninja Turtle. Oh my god.
I want to see you or USD take all this liquidity before I leave the charts. Hey, sir, set a timer for 1 hour 32 minutes. 1 hour. Hold on. Most of that you or USD liquidity get taken out.
Not really. I thought it was gonna be like you, where you get like kind of top things off with some pizza. When he says he's gonna read them, he doesn't say anything. Okay. What the heck is it? I'm not doing you guys until we get to the top, but it's not okay. So, like, what you think? Honey, is it pineapple? Pardon me? Pineapple? There's no pineapple. You're in the world's largest pizza all the time. Yeah. I know it's sort of weird. I'm going to try to be motivational while I have a pizza on my head, but you gotta believe in yourself, whatever it is you want to do. I do. I think I could never do anything, and that stuff kind of pisses me off. I'm getting grumpy. I hate this. Between all the suffering and complaining, I'm not complaining that much, am I, guys? I don't know. And according to the map, if I click on it, we are only 22 minutes away. So we have quite the zigzag coming up, but super, super close. And I'm just ready to eat some. Which road should we take? I'm gonna say right. Right? I said, are we gonna go? Are we gonna be bulking or are we gonna be cutting? I mean, we would figure out pizza, so I guess we're bulking. So right? Right. Let's go right. We're almost to the top, and at this point, my shoulders feel like they belong to the Tin Man. Rusted to the point of zero mobility. I haven't had a Sicilian ride me this long and hard since I served as Pablo's Trojan horse to the Mafia. I'm in so much pain right now, and I'm actually not in pain, if that makes any sense. I just don't even feel things anymore. I don't feel anything. I'm feeling good, too. All right. You're welcome for a slice up here. You're welcome for a slice up here if you want. Oh, I will. I will definitely have one. Finally made it. We had a big pizza party right here. I thought it was going to look a bit better. Actually, looking at drunk shorty girls trying to play Jenga with it. It's very Baisley. Oh, it's good. It's good. All about this. I'm actually surprised when people are eating it. Yeah. I don't feel good, but it feels good to be over with this video. I had a blast. Did I have people over? Because we still have like over 100 slices. So I'm going to wrap it up here. Hoping you see. So if you guys enjoyed the video, make sure to drop a like. The past 2 months have been the craziest of my entire life. And now you're asking me to take out my precious Chipotle? All right. Okay, so welcome back to But Better. We're doing Chipotle burritos today. I didn't know if I was ever going to do this one because, well, two reasons. For one, I actually like Chipotle. I do eat there, and it's hard for me to be like, let me make this better. But also at the same time, my ego says, do it, Josh. Do it. Don't you ever, shall we? Yeah. And naturally, I'm like, why do you have that accent? But also, okay, recently, this is the most highly requested But Better I have seen in my DMs on Instagram and TikTok and all my social platforms. By the way, if you have any others that you want to see, be sure to comment in the comments section. Yes, let's do this, shall we? We're en route Chipotle. It's ahead of us. I don't know if I can go in. Okay, I'm gonna try, and if they yell at me, then I don't know.
Hmm? One second, right back. Yeah, yeah. Uncle Demi. 30 views. Double view. Big W. Almost 30 views. 29. Yeah. For all those newly joining, up top, that box is all my entries for today. This is my journal. I'm going to use these Notion. And then over here, this are my entries. And yes, this is a live account. But it's a 1 to 50 leverage, and I'm using a big size, so it'll be like big P&Ls right now. And then we have our main chart. Yeah, that's it. There's some other stuff on the screen, but there's just not enough space to show. If there is any questions, you can leave it in the description. And oh my god, description, bro. What the you can leave it in the chat. Mm. 31 views. Really. Uh, uh, God, yeah, 31 views. Nice.
All right, you have sticky burritos.
Still waiting on this USD to liquidate that. Mhm.
chicken's actually, this is one of the few times
Very
under
good.
seasoned. The rice itself has too much quantities. It's acidic, so it feels like I'm just eating a mouthful.
Let's see if we can get a 15 today.
Stock meat is usually Chipotle does well. We respect Chipotle around here. This is not the time to not be ready. Let's first start off by marinating our chicken. Obviously, the name's Chipotle, therefore we'll have Chipotle's marinated buns. Begin with 2 dried guajillo chilies and 2 dried ancho chilies. Pull off the tops and heat them. Then place your skins into a bowl along with 4 to 6 dried mushrooms of your choice. These are dried oyster mushrooms. Put 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of boiling water on top of your chilies and mushrooms and cover with plastic wraps to let them steep and soften. Now, all those guys are sitting in the hot springs of flavor now. You're also going to take a small dry pan, toss in 2 teaspoons or 4 grams, and 2 teaspoons or 4 grams of cumin seeds. Set that over medium heat, and often until fragrant and beautifully toasted. About a minute or 2. Now toss those into a blender and blend on high speed until you get a nice fine powder. Then to that add your rehydrated chilies and mushrooms, along with about half of your soy liquid, 1 7-ounce can of chipotle peppers and adobo, 1 teaspoon or 3 grams of ground cinnamon, 2 teaspoons or 12 grams of kosher salt, the juice of. Now just begin blending that. Let it blend until completely smooth. Now, struggling to blend, just put your chili soaking liquid until it loosens properly. Now, testing and blending, you're then going to shoot in 4 tablespoons or 60 milliliters of oil. Now, I'm using chili oil because why? But if you don't have that, you can just use a neutrally flavored oil, such as canola. Let that continue blending until all the oil is emulsified. You have a nice, smooth, beautiful chili dinner. Then take 1.5 pounds or 680 grams of boneless chicken thighs left. Pour your marinade on top, toss them all together, cover with plastic wrap, and then just let that marinate in the fridge for at least 1 hour or more. Okay, let's talk homemade tortillas. You know, to be completely honest with you, I always thought that hard was the key, or shortening was the key to great tortillas. It turns out if you really want a truly chewy tortilla, you need to use vegetable oil. Otherwise, they're going to be way too soft. Any liquid fat, really. It's a very simple process. You're going to need 2 cups of
Yeah, me just doesn't want to liquidate that hard.
1 teaspoon or 4 grams of kosher salt.
Like it's allergic to that height, so
Then give that some whiskey business until thoroughly combined. Now, while mixing with a pot, you're going to add 3/4 of a cup or 180 milliliters of hot water, immediately followed by a 1/4 cup or 60 milliliters of vegetable oil. Mix it all together with your fork until it begins to come together as a nice, beautiful little dough. Dump it out onto 1 surface and begin kneading by hand a 1/4 cup or 60 milliliters of vegetable oil. Mix that all together with your fork until it begins to come together as a nice, beautiful little dough. Dump it out onto 1 surface and begin kneading by hand until it comes together into a nice, beautiful dough. Now, by hand, this should take about 3 to 5 minutes. Once that's done, cover it with plastic wrap and let it rest for 1 to 2 hours. Now let that cook. Let it just have some time to it. So, you know, take care of your tortilla dough as you should be taking care of yourself. Are you loving yourself? Are you giving yourself care and attention? Walk up to the mirror, take a look, think in case. Don't forget to top up is always kind. Chicken is marinated. Tortilla dough is resting. Let's make our beans. Start with 4 to 5 strips of smoked bacon. I'm using Benton's, which is like ultra smoked. Cut those into half-inch segments. Place them in a 12-inch skillet instead of our medium heat. And begin cooking them, stirring them often, letting their fat release until they get nice and crispy. Now remove the bacon, leaving the bacon fat behind, and add 1 yellow onion that's been very thinly sliced. Season lightly with salt, then cook it over medium heat, tossing occasionally until it begins to get nice and soft. Then add 4 cloves of garlic, saute that until fragrant. Then add 1 large jalapeno that's been very thinly sliced. And just let that cook for about 30 seconds. I don't like to cook my jalapenos a ton. I like that sort of fresh chili taste, so that's up to you. Then follow that up with 1 can of drained black beans, a half cup or 120 milliliters of chicken stock. Bring that up to heat and let that simmer until almost all the chicken stock is reduced, about 85% of it or so. Remove it from the heat and stir in 2 tablespoons or 24 grams of unsalted butter until completely melted and emulsified, and you have some smokiest bacon is. Now we got 1 more element to look at here, and that is the
I
rice.
think the information I'm looking for, but I have to go and get some silver curry to think about to go handle some other stuff. So I'll be right back. Hopefully nothing weird on this.
We're going to keep cooking a dry medium grain rice. Let's do we got a strainer set over it. Fill the bowl with water. We agitate that a little bit. We pull it out. We drain it. And we do that 1 more time. So the rice rinses the starch over. I don't know why I was talking like so yeah. Now, if you really want to properly cook rice, you got to get rid of that pot. All right, let's be honest. You need to cook it in a rice cooker if you want absolutely perfect rice. Now, if you are using rice cookers such as the Sojirushi, add your rice in. Add equal parts water, so 2 cups of dry rice, 2 cups of water. Turn it on, press the button, let it cook, and you got beautifully cooked rice just like that. Now, you can cook your rice however you want. Once you have 4 cups of cooked rice, place your hot cooked rice into a bowl. Now, to that, you're going to add the zest of 1 lime and the zest of 1 lemon. People finely chopped fresh cilantro, the juice of 2 lemons, 2 tablespoons or 24 grams of unsalted butter, and a generous amount of salt to taste. Stir all that together until thoroughly combined and add your cilantro lime rice. Now, for the chicken, it's really basic. Heat a large pan with enough oil to coat the bottom for a medium high heat, and cook that chicken in a pan, flipping on it, until you have a deep heat on the outside. And the chicken is completely totally cooked to register 165 degrees internal temperature. And the way that I actually like to do it is to sear the chicken on both sides just to get color, and then just toss it on a piece of tray and throw it in the oven. Set the 400 degrees Fahrenheit until it's completely cooked through. To me, this is the best way because you can get the color, and then just ensure that it's cooked all the way through. Now let's finish off this tortilla. So now you can have the back of the top. You can have 6 pieces, or pieces into a big ball, and make them up with pieces. Now take each ball and give it to it. Simply flour your room service and flour your ball, and then keep it until it's flat, and just use it like roll it thing out, and see if you want to use our round. In this circular tip, get yourself a full pan or a coma hanging on your stovetop. Once that's nice and whipping hot, roll tortillas you gently and carefully lay it down into your whipping hot pan. Let it cook and bubble up for about 15 to 30 seconds or until the bottom becomes slightly charred. Twist and repeat on the other side and immediately remove from the hot pan and place on a plate covered with towels. Then rinse and repeat with the rest of your tortillas. I personally like to shape them one at a time as I cook them, but you can shape them all and then cook them all. It's up to you. Just don't let the dough dry out. Please. Once everything's done,
just so I can have confidence that it's going to be, I have confidence that it's going to decorate more, but I want confidence that this new, trying to learn this structure right here between this hand, this launcher, and this part of it over here. I want confirmation that this is a high over here is actually official thing that's using the page over here. How is that going to be done? By taking out that liquid right there, and I think this one as well. This is 1 minute. Yeah, by taking out that liquid right there, I should be okay.
Say I like it. A little bit of cotija cheese. Then muster up your best burrito wrapping skills you possibly can. I've never been stellar at wrapping burritos, to be honest with you. I really tried to study the Chipotle vodka. Right. Anyway, roll that bad boy up nice and tight. Well, let's get ourselves a big cross section. We're going to take our knife, back to the center. Gently. First turn. It's a beautiful burrito to me. Now we shall taste test. That's what I love about this series. We all come together, bring all these ingredients, and we layer, and we layer, and we layer. Each layer is the most tender, loving care that it deserves. Salsa. I forgot to put salsa. Different way you get the salsa. Now we add salsa. Salsa optional. This is the jalapeno salsa, same one that is made for a lot of those ones that are done tacos. I also made it like
Grab one thing. No, no, I'm favorite. The goal first sweep. Here is it. If I was in here right now, okay, yes, still nothing. It still hasn't taken out. The meaning to the character to say yes. The 1 minute is ready to go on switch Polish. The 1 minute, the one no, 1 minute hasn't switched Polish to say yes. In 15 minutes, should is a switch back to Polish. Okay. to take out the hand. Now on to listen. The 1 minute has to change character to show that the 15 minute is ready to take out the hand. Yeah, there you go. Which is what I'm going to see right now.
So good. The first bite, your mouth almost doesn't even leave your brain. All the flavors start coming out. The whole avocado far surpasses the texture of guac in a burrito. Chipotle is not authentic Mexican, and I wouldn't necessarily say mine is either, but mine is definitely closer. So if we're looking at authentic, maximized flavor at every single level, we want bring in someone who tastes us. Got somebody for you, TJ. Burrito number one. Force it in there. Okay. I'll let you masticate. That tastes almost like a curry. I see that. There are some similar curry flavors in there. Yeah, that was really good. Okay, and then number two, I'm going to place in your hands. I like how you hold it on like it's a baby coming out. It's a communion. It's a communion. Body of Christ. Flavor-wise, they're completely different. This one has almost kind of like a umami kind of Asian taste to it, I want to say. Almost like a Japanese taste. It's hard to go with it, but I'm honestly going to go with that first one. Do you want to know what else has chunky burrito vibes? Hey guys, and that is it. So we made the Chipotle burrito. Let's take a step back for a second and listen here. Listen very. Making this from scratch has a multitude of layers. Experientially, that's a word. In my opinion, define it as better. Of course, we're going to hit the comments saying, well, I'm going to get a Chipotle and pick up my own burritos. Yeah, obviously. Good job, Mr. Commentator of the month, everybody. Let's get a round of applause. Good job. You took on a Chipotle. Yeah. Why do you think this series exists? Anyway, making your own tortillas, flavor, texture, better. Period. End of story. The actual layering of flavors is much more distinguished. It's a better experience. It's a better burrito. It's more fun. So don't even say that. But to come through the screen and pinch your little cheeks. And when Papa pinches your cheeks, they don't feel good. Feel good. But anyway, if you enjoyed this video or you learned something, leave a like, subscribe, and I will see you next time. In a world full of speed, we lack patience. On our packages now, our workout routines now, our food right now. Today, let's change that pace a little bit.
200 the whole burrito here, you're crazy. Nah, nah. And this is the taste of it, someone to like actually like die for it and
Palm reading holds for your future.
man, nobody knows what your future ground oh God. I mean, you can have like a general idea, people can have like a somewhat of an idea, but no one knows.
Now, I think it's underappreciated. Because that's served on white table. It's served from carton
Mr. was taken.
tiny family run stall. Today's going to cover what America truly has to offer. So we have you, the audience, what cities have the best?
Based upon I'm seeing the one that I'm going to spend every day on like here.
New York, Los Angeles, Portland, and Austin, Texas. I'm going to the streets of every single one of these cities, but I'm not going in blind. In each city, I've got a local street food expert to guide me through their top 5 must-try spots. And by the end, we'll have our answer. The city with the highest rated street food average wins the title of best street food city in America, starting with New York City. Everyone knows the New York food scene is insane. I eat the food from 20 plus countries in a single day here. That's why I enlisted the help of Julian Moo, aka Green, one of New York City's most respected street food journalists. And he's going to show us his top 5 New York City spots, starting with rails on the side. Before I return, I will say this is one of those things where if you're walking on the side of the street, you smell what we're smelling. You got to at least ask yourself, should I? And the short answer is yes. Succulent, fall off the bone. The spice levels are wonderful. Sweet, season is perfect. Salt levels perfect. Texture super moist. Zero dryness present. I've had jerky with pursuit, and everything's spicy. I mean, like they mask the flavor of the chicken. This, you're getting that like nice chicken fat flavor, and it's perfectly balanced. The smokiness, there's the sweetness, the sauce on there, and there is that jerk chicken spice line, but it's not too overwhelming. I've had smoked chicken at barbecue restaurants in Texas that had less flavor and less smoke than this chicken right here, and it's cooked in a barrel on the side of the street. This is extraordinarily good. I would travel out to eat this. I'll come travel all the way out, come sit on the side of the road, and texture, if it's all leg, it's 9.5. Flavor, we give it a 9.2. How's that? I mean, this is like crazy. Oh, thank you. Oh my God, that was unbelievable. You gotta come to Texas. No, yeah, in fact, I never did. Yeah, well, thank you. The barbecue guys, you need to show them a couple lessons. I'm ready. I'm gonna be back. I'm bringing my wife. Who's on? An incredibly strong start for New York City. NYC street food is not only served from a food truck or carts, like our next spot, the Indian Llama Party, dining in the new street. Yes, I've never had the Lincoln, and I'm pumped about the tax up. So we're at probably just because 2 shots fired. It's all good. 3 shots fired. Oh, fireworks. Fireworks. We are at probably my favorite place in all of New York City. It's Bolivian Llama Party. They specialize in Bolivian food. What we have right in front of us it's a mix of a soup dumpling and an empanada. Wow. It is beautiful dough, toasted on the bottom, grated through the hands. I mean, what the ideal way to do it, take a small bite out of here, let some of that air out. You take a little sip of the inside, and then pour a little bit of that hot yam on the side. Wow, this is really something. This is kind of perfect for this weather, too. By the way, because it's like hot, juicy, sort of like beef stew, instead of spiced nicely, the sweetness of the crust, got the crunch, the softness, there's some chew, some sweet, little pop from the peas. It's like a god tier, like Michelin level hot pocket. I've never heard that. Absolutely delicious. Here's the pastry. I've cooked a lot of different pretty similar to that. That's on the inside. I would bring that word out. I think because I wish the people were a little more tender, pretty chewy. But, you know, maybe that's the vibe. It's kind of a weird contrast. So I would give it a flat 8 for texture, flavor, spices, the garlic, the onion, all the things that were in there were just exactly what I wanted to be. It's almost like I was eating with grandma in the best way possible. That's a 7.5 out of 10 for flavor. Didn't blow my mind, but it's still a strong. We're in town right now. We got halal. But why are we at Halal Guys? This is one of, if not the OG street food in New York City. It's crazy because they franchised. They like started in the street and they got out on the streets and went big time. Most of these places now have run because Halal Guys has launched. So it better be good. One thing, I know a lot of people are going to say, halal is not a type of food. It's a way of slaughtering animals. And that is true. But in New York City, it is a thing that people say, I'm going to the halal on the corner. Is this one of the best still? It's a New York street food icon. That's why it's in here. But there's a surprise, which we'll get to after we try this. This is the OG. The halal mixed platter chicken and beef over rice, white sauce, hot sauce. One of the things I love about Halal Guys, I'm shocked at how much they've expanded and how well they've maintained just the quality of everything. The texture, the rice isn't overcooked, it's chewy, the salt levels are good, and it's fatty. Like it's just like rich and juicy, and the meat is seasoned perfectly with salt. It's a little spicy from the hot sauce. I mean, this is great. Wow. 6 9. And I'm not going to doubt them for this, but the pita has always not been that good. No, just give me straight up. I will give you that. You just let that part go. But everything else is lovely. Flavor an 8.8. I don't like giving franchises love, but Halal Guys always delivers somehow, some way. We do have something to say. We can't finalize this because we have another one. There's a competitor on the block now. We're at the surprise location at Dell's. Some people are saying that like Halal Guys is falling off and needs a new one. Is that right? This is the Halal darling right now. It is 25 degrees Fahrenheit, and people are waiting in a line for halal car food. So this is lamb and chicken, and we're trying to get a little bit of everything. Spicy rice, too. That's a big difference. I gotta be real with you guys. Slightly less good in my opinion because it's not seasoned as well. Not spicy at all. There's no spice at all in there. So it's missing a little flavor to me. The other one was more flavorful, it's more fatty. So you're saying that this line we should see in front of Halal Guys instead, or split 50-50? I think it should be split 50-50. It seems like a personal preference thing. Personally, it's not seasoned as well with salt. I don't think the lamb is not that flavorful. I thought the beef was more flavorful than both of these combined. The chicken is under seasoned. Try both. Pick your favorite. I don't give a. They're both delicious, but I'm gonna give this one to Halal Guys. That's the one we'll enter the competition. Wow. Shout out to them. On to this. Thanks to the video where we ate around the world in 24 hours, I've had some sweet most famous streets. So I guess Julian had a little. We're in a parking lot. Where are we? We're here at Rockstar Chicken for Halal Korean fried chicken. It is hot Korean sweet chili sauce with spice level 2 out of what? I think I Oh, so Matt, it's the spiciest sauce that you have. Okay, they bread it to order. Wow. Everything is made fresh. Everything is handmade, homemade. That's hard work. These are sauce. Beautiful. This is exactly how I would sauce mine. Coated. It's got breading on every square inch as it should be. Oh yeah, super tender. Almost falls off the bone. The sauce is not too sweet, which I really appreciate. Yeah, it has a little bit of that kick that you really want. I would take it spicier, honestly. The spice level is good for the average person to come here and get it too. I think most people can handle this spice, but it's just enough to keep it exciting. First thing I gotta say is the chicken, not even considering the breading, was unbelievably succulent, perfectly cooked. The crispiness, I like my wings crunchier here. I don't think I've had wings with that thin of a crust from a Korean thing. Texture. Chicken flavor was super apparent. It was very chicken forward. I like the sauce didn't overpower the chicken flavor. Flavor was 7 as well. New York City going strong, but with 3 huge cities to come, we're going to get a boost from the final spot. It's Stanway Halal, where we not only got this charcoal grilled chicken, but 2 kinds of rice, 2 soups, and a salad. So all of this is like what, like 30, 40 bucks? $15. Wow. Look, I tried everything. How cold it was outside, it did kind of hit emotionally, but the main event chicken, I gotta be honest, been dry, heavily underseasoned. My opinion. The meal itself, from a value perspective, is incredible. But texture and flavor really just kind of felt flat for me. Just slightly above mid with 5.5 on flavor, and texture sitting at around 5.5. It's not a terrible score. I would count that as it. We still have some insanely high scores, making Julian's top spots hard to beat. We're moving on to the place that I reside, Austin, Texas. We now move on to a new co-host to represent Austin, the a prolific Austin food reviewer, a buddy of mine who also appeared on our Which Country Has the Best Breakfast video. Listen, Austin is a special place to me, and I know it's in good hands with his help. We are starting with high expectations here. The potato barbacoa breakfast taco at Michelin Fish Gourmand La Santa Barbacha. Looking good. They didn't skimp on TV, and it's loaded the up. And this is always how it comes with. I don't know how long you've been in Austin, but I've been in Austin for the better part of 6 to 7 years, roughly. The barbacoa is succulent, it's fatty, the creaminess from the avocado plays well, the tortillas are so fragrant, like when you get this up to your mouth, the first thing you get before you even bite it is the smell. It's almost floral, so nice. Chew on the tortilla is great. I have always felt the breakfast taco was a bit overrated, and I think that if you really want that experience, you gotta go to a place like this. I love it. I mean, texture-wise, it's a simple thing. Tortilla, egg, cheese, meat, avocado. And it's getting an 87. It's a crazy high number. Flavor. The barbacoa by itself, that's like a 95. I do wish there's a little salt on the avo to help bring it together. Flavor, I'm going with a 7. This is easily the highest, best breakfast taco I've ever had in Austin. That's what I like to hear, and very competitive, and I'm giving Austin the best chance, so I want to see these types of scores every place on. That's my hope. That's my dream. Make that dream a reality. Moving on. Welcome to KG Barbecue. Dude, they loaded us up. I have always wanted to go here. I just want to be really clear. The line is always so long, and for obvious reasons, I'm glad that they're hooking us up today, though. They don't mess around here. I'm just happy. And the flavors here are what I grew up with, the Texas barbecue cooking style. So the ribs are made the same way. You make Texas style ribs, and a pomegranate glaze, grits on top. Look at this.
Good.
The chef grew up in Egypt. When he visited here, he fell in love with Texas barbecue. Years later, he's here, the James Beard nominated barbecue spot, crushing it.
Those are the most balanced ribs ever. They're not too sweet. They're not too salty. They're like a little spicy. The za'atar comes in for some fragrance. Mac and cheese, fire. Cooked nicely. Shells are nice. The sumac pickles are in great. And the rice is fragrant. It's cooked nicely.
Welcome to the culture, brother. Lamb bacon ribs right here.
Oh my God, that's so juicy. Juicy.
Take a little of this chimichurri. Put that right there.
That is phenomenal. That is one of the best bites of lamb, I think, in the city.
Anything you badly associated with lamb is replaced with fat.
It's not gamey. It's just smoky, salty, delicious, melts in your mouth, super succulent, juicy lamb.
Wherever they're sourcing this lamb from, to go outside.
This is so perfectly seasoned with salt and just flavor and smoke, and it's juicy. This feels like the marriage of Texas and Egyptian.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're putting on the sauce to be wonderful, but it's so it doesn't need it.
You never get barbecue that's balanced like this. We have a little bit of everything. Overall experience for texture was incredible, but it did fall just a bit because the sliced brisket was not great. I'm not gonna lie, David said it was an off day, but I'm still going with a strong 9. There's so many options here. I think it's I mean, it's an onslaught of flavor, spicy, sweet, sour, tart, salty, fatty, acidic.
I mean, what else is there? Possibly a lot more deal. What would have already been a 9? I'm going to give it 9.3 out of 10 on flavor. We might have a winner on our hands, but there's only one way to find out. Moving on.
We were at Descada, what I think is the most addicting taco in Austin. It's not a breakfast taco, but the taco scene in Austin is so developed, you really need to experience both. And Descada does things differently. They actually cook their tacos in one giant stew that are made out of discs, and they render out 5 different types of meat. This is beautiful. Cheers. Yeah. Discs, and they render out 5 different types of meat. This is beautiful. Cheers.
Yeah. Dude, what's up? I haven't been here. I didn't know that Austin did tacos like this.
Yes.
I've been shooting on Austin's taco scene for way too long. I'm from Los Angeles. I think the best tacos in America do not come from Texas. I think they come from Los Angeles. As that said, this is blurring that line pretty aggressively for me. The meat is phenomenal. It's perfectly fatty, perfectly seasoned with salt. The flavor is wonderful. It's just what I want. It's a little bit of sweet, salty, spicy. The pickled habanero, when I put all that on there, I got a little scared. And it's all nice and balanced out with that really finely chopped pineapple. I was thinking a lot of. I can't take apart what is or isn't wrong with it because it's kind of all there. Honestly, textured nicely. There was zero dryness. It wasn't too fatty. I've had tacos that were dry but were almost too fatty. These were very balanced. Yeah, flavor 9 too. Very good. Delicioso, I might say. I cringed myself out on that one, right? We were driving here. I looked at the map and it said, "You are headed to Cocktail Juice." We're being told that it might be cocktail.
I think it's cocky. I could be wrong.
I've never seen fried chicken like this. There's a corn masa, flour dredge, and a Oaxaca chili sauce. This is either going to be way too much or a game changer.
We take a drumstick, we take our lime, we give it a wee squeeze, take a bite.
Wow, that really is gotten juicy.
And then this is where I go right into the house-made queso. Queso I like the very naughty bite.
This is not.
But the queso kind of mellows out some of the spices.
Yeah, this is like drunk food, but it's so good. It's rich, it's fatty, perfectly crispy, it's spicy, it's sweet, it's salted nicely. Ooh, it is spicy. Wow.
So I prepared a little surprise for us. What goes well with fried chicken?
Oh, wow.
Sparkling wine.
Dude, you're a naughty boy. He's been toting us around all day for this. Fried chicken and champagne or sparkling wine is one of the greatest combinations in human existence. Which, dare I say, finger licking good. Let's talk about the texture. The cook on the chicken, perfect. It was very juicy, no dryness present. The crunch was perfect. I didn't want any more, I didn't want any less. I like that it was a firm, stiff, crackly crunch. And so I make mine personally. You love hint of that sort of like flavor paste on the outside, if you will. Seems like they're dunking it in natural hot oil. I'll give it
9 too, because I have had better texture fried chicken, but not by much. Wait, unexpected. It's sweet, it's spicy, it's salty, it's garlicky, it's brief. It's like one of the best fried chickens I've had. I mean, it's also a 9-1, I would say, on flavor. Austin rolling after 4 spots, but the final spot needs a 12 or higher to take the lead against New York City, and our guide's choice could be a little risky. Sushi dips. After trying all 3 rolls, my top.
Yes, sir. Look, I'm missing almost everything I'm gonna eat of.
Top choice of the habanero. I love hamachi. It was wonderfully seasoned, the crispy shallot, the whiskey ponzu. Flavor was really an 8.5. Now, let's talk about texture. As I was chewing, I started to realize something. I think this was just a simple mistake, and it happens from time to time. I honestly don't even blame them. Maybe they had a rough day, but the rice was undercooked and crunchy, and sometimes that happens. I wouldn't hold it against them, and I absolutely will be going back, but I've got to say, it really hurts my score here. So I'm giving the texture a flat 5, which is still pretty high considering the rice is the most important part when it comes to eating sushi. That's going to happen sometimes. I wanted a perfect day in Austin, Texas for Joshua Weissman, and I couldn't get perfection, but I got as close as I could, and I hope we put up a good fight against the bigger, fatter things. Oh man, Austin Settle average takes in big hits that last more, unfortunately. But it's still in the lead as we head to Portland, Oregon. It's a city I've never been to, but supposedly the food is great. We'll see about that. Our Portland guide is Mike Elan, a longtime food writer, former King's Beer judge, food festival founder, and let's be honest, general Portland expert. He's starting us off with Korean food at one of Portland's most iconic and longest running carts, Kimjong Grill. Now, originally we were going to try the Galbi Bibimbap see here, but midway through, the owner Han surprised me with a Korean-inspired hot dog that he thinks will steal the show. Oh, dude. This bread. Holy dude, and the sauce in here? Wow. What is there? I'm sorry, Baker, but this totally demolishes any Chicago dog that's going to exist. I never ever want to see a white hot dog bun ever again after trying this. Because the baguette is somehow crispy, but the crispiness is so thin, and the inside is so soft and fluffy. It doesn't fall apart. It's just nice. But then also that banchan daikon, and then this creamy sort of acidic, a little bit sweet, with a little bit of spicy umami sauce in there. It's like glazed spam. Yeah. And you put a little goddamn sweet soy glaze on that. This is getting that vibe, but it's totally new way. I think the texture is always 9. It was just so weird giving that to a hot dog, but it's the sourcing of the bread so much better than any hot dog bun would ever have. It's not even a hot dog bun. He's using a banh mi bun. I think it's genius. The crunch from the banchan at the bottom, and then that soft, almost juicy pickled mango on top. I don't know that a hot dog would be better than score for flavor. I think a solid 9 as well. 2 9s. Anything above a 7, I'm usually shoulder. Right now, I don't know how we're going to find a number 1 here. Moving on. We are at the Midtown Beer Garden. Specifically, what we're trying here is Bing Mi, which is the only place in Portland that really specializes in northern Chinese style jiangbing. These in particular, it's a super crispy, thin cream filled with egg, kind of a nice spicy sauce, a flimsy cracker that you could literally hear sliding across the room. I heard him cutting it. Yeah, literally freezing out here. I was warming my hands up probably, 10 to 15 feet away. And I heard a crunch, and I turned. It was that man. We have 2 types. You have the sort of classic one that everyone kind of raves about the most. That's the roasted duck. And then this one here is Chinese sausage. These are my 3 things. Oh, yeah. I want to rewind to when we went to New York. We got John Bing in New York. This is way better than that one. There's a perfect amount of duck in here. It's super fatty and rich. But in that, you've got this nice, refreshing, crunchy cucumber. And it's seasoned beautifully. You've got the Chinese sausage. Cheers. Which one's your favorite? I like sausage. But it has the same kind of sweetness and stuff, but it's a little more salty. I think it just sort of works out a little more. You see the extra saltiness, you get the rest of the way there. And the fattiness of the Chinese sausage, and look how thinly cut it is. It's so thin, it almost melts on your tongue. You got a little bit of spiciness from it too. It's sweet. It's almost caramelized in a way. That both. Solid 9.3. Flavor 9.1. Xiangbei. Wow. One of the top scores of the entire journey. I should totally go for it. Eat this whole thing. Portland. We're here for Baja, which is one of the newer food carts that we're trying today. Known for seafood-centric Baja style Mexican food, and we tried three total tacos here. First one was sturgeon, which was a bit odd. I gotta be honest, not expecting. Then the fried shrimp, but our final taco was by far my favorite. We're also doing the blue which is a tortilla with really, really nice cheese, fresh vegetables, and oh my god, dude, the flavor. We did taco very similar to this. And I don't know if you remember, this was when I almost shot myself. We kind of talked about this, but very similar. With cheese, tasty, a little bit of butter. I think maybe that was their inspiration of it being like a Baja style one. I don't know. This is 10 times better than that. It's salty, get a little bit of a crispy skirt of cheese around the taco. The texture is wonderful because you've got all this vegetable, and like you've got some fresh tomato with perfectly cooked shrimp and the little pieces of poblano that are charred and nice and softened, but still, they're not so soft that they're gooey. This like takes the cake. This is something special. So this is what I'm going to rate. Texture. The butter adds this unbelievable crispiness to the outside of the tortilla while remaining that elastic chew. Then there's all those different textures. The fresh potato, it's juicy, it's cheesy, it's got a little bit of toothsomeness from the shrimp. So texture, I'm going to give a solid 8.9. Flavor, oftentimes tomato in a taco like this, the first thing that happens is you lose salt because the tomato then dissolves the salt and dilutes the intensity of flavor. That's not happening here. The seasoning is grew out. Flavor of the shrimp is fresh. It's not fishy. It's oceanic. It's got brightness. I think this is also a nine. Wow.
Let's take a little bit more partials on this huge really whenever you reach that point on the mark. Take off like 200 units. See, there is a 300 units. See, I'm gonna take off 300. See, the 500 we're gonna take off at take perfect. So yeah, leave it 700 to run. No, with that. It's like a huge majority of the position, like I taking out home stuff. It's like a 2,000. And then like that much. Yeah. Well, it's like no less than 4,000 metric. Reason, there is no other reason we can take it right now, but must on build discipline as much as possible in as much areas as possible.
This is like this rookie endeavor for project. Today we are going to try famous out-of-course camping bread. Some bread flour into flour. Make it in a simple hole and fill it with yeast, sugar, and a pinch of salt around. Fill the hole with warm water, mix it with your finger, and give it about 5 minutes until it's bubbling. Mix it all together with your hand and add a bit of water at a time until you've got a nice sticky dough that you can form into a ball.
You want it to be sticky enough that it sticks to your fingers, but dry enough to be possible to form it into the ball. Roll and stretch the dough until it starts to set up. It will dry up and no longer stick to your fingers. You should be able to stretch it and see through it. After that, you're just gonna put it into a plastic bag and you're gonna keep it in the fridge overnight. It should double in size by the morning. All of these. And now with milk and honey. This is my new favorite camping meal. Today we have. If you ever cooked bread, you know exactly what this is. Today we are. If you ever cooked bread, you know exactly what this is. And yes, I'm putting it on beef. That's because I'm going to be dry aging this entire roast with yeast, which is what is used to make bread. It's also used to make beer and beer. So I wanted to try and use my entire roast with it. So ensuring that every single edge of this thing is fully covered, and into my dry ager, you wait for 5 days. The time was I took it out, the smell reminded me so much of baked bread. It was actually not that bad. So I immediately started taking everything out. Because when you dry age, you gotta remove this outer crust, which is called pellicle. Those are not good. They don't taste good. They just got out. And once I was done, I was left with some beautiful steaks. Take it up. Right at the stage, I was excited to see how it was going to taste. So I seasoned it with salt, pepper, garlic powder, and immediately took it outside to grill it. I put a nice, wonderful crust and made sure that it was cooked to a medium rare. And now the only thing left was to taste it. If you ever cooked bread, you know exactly. If you've never broken a single book, she's just using this desolate, you know. Tell her, Nick. Say it again. It's definitely Teletron. In bags, they always use the end stage. It's used over and over again. You see, always get worn out. The numbers are always correct. There's sixes and a nines. First, third, first.
Eh? It's so and so.
Raised against my fingers and sits. It's like makers.
This is what me I do. So nice something about it important. Right.
You know, because the city parties now, I've left it now. There is a woman who's John Dunbar's way in the big house. Here's a trick that not many people know about they were cooking every type of barbecue. 11. Now, I know this is a survival video, but I have a very important rule I live by. I don't mind being cold. I don't mind sitting on the ground. I don't mind being hungry. But I only do one of those things at a time. So tonight, I'm eating like a king. Sugar and berries. And they're almost done, so I'm going to go ahead and bake some bread. I have this dough I made up last night. Take and grab it. A bit of cheese, a little bit of bread dough with that good inside it. It's really handy. Either you make a disc, you lay it straight on the coals and flip it, or you make a ball and you bury it in the coals. Campfire ash, you can stuck to the bread. Tastes just like flour. Little cheese filled biscuit cooked in the ash right there. See how the melted gouda in there. That's so good.
Twinkies company suddenly filed for bankruptcy and completely stopped producing the beloved snack, shocking fans across the country. Twinkies quickly disappeared from store shelves, causing panic among snack lovers who feared the iconic treat was gone forever. People began collecting boxes and even reselling unopened Twinkies online for hundreds of dollars, treating them like rare collectibles. But just a few months later, two private equity firms bought the Twinkies company, revived it, and brought Twinkies back with a new recipe and a longer shelf life. The relaunch was so successful that stores struggled to keep Twinkies in stock, and it has regained its place as a nostalgic favorite, appearing in movies, TV shows, and even inspiring new.
Mobbing. Oh, I didn't hit 200 on that was very. Sound like jazz. That's insane. I become president. Let's start PlayStation support versus Steam support. This is PlayStation support. How can we help? Hey, so if I come to hack my nails, yeah, that's not good. You mean that? Look, I need your help. No, no, it's not. Hey, so I come to hack and I can't open it. It says there was a login in Mexico. Oh, yeah, but I can't read it. This is the there's a hole that I have no idea. First, you to the right. Like for me, I got the I'm working on doing some leather, all my work, and a jitter some on a team with the octopus. Some oil.
Best game for long flights. It's called Going Balls. On a recent trip, did you know old tires can be renewed? As tires wear down and lose their tread, special tools can actually cut deeper into the existing groove, extending their life. But here's the catch. Not every tire qualifies. Only tires labeled as removable can go through this process. These are usually heavy-duty commercial or industrial tires, built with extra rubber thickness just for this purpose. Did you know old tires can be renewed? As Officer, hold on a second. It's not perfect figure eight with an underhand. Of course I did. It's my fault. What about
That sounds beautiful. I mean, I'm not being a book about what does that have to do with that? Everyone agreed that the killer is the same person who stole Aaron Lerner's boat. That person had to tie the boat to the dock, but that knot was sloppy. I even tripped him. Whoever tied these figure eights is an experienced boat. Tied not to be their second nature. They'd be capable of tying the sloppy knot. They're the killer. We found the burner phone. That place they called it Franklin in Bentley's apartment. Explain. Well, that's easy. It's planted. And just who do you think planted it? God. Okay, you're not the right spirit. Take it easy, Jones. We don't want anybody to kill us. Rich weekend. You think you're so smart. Anytime you pollute our beaches, you throw your money around like you're better than I don't think I'm better than you. Shut up. As a hat, see twisted. Did not see outside of the rule. Excuse me. Still money? Opposite. Okay. Damn. I did not expect the number to it is. Back to my series where I show you how to make simple, easy recipes that are delicious, but high protein. Today we're making high protein breakfast sandwich. Here's now that's stuff. These are perfect when they're cooked. His dad modified his son's car with an engine way more powerful than what's allowed. The goal was to boost the chances of winning the race, even if it broke the rules. Pushing that much power into the car came with a serious risk of getting caught. Still, they showed up and ran it like nothing was out of place. What happened next caught everyone off guard. His dad modified his son's car with an engine way more powerful than this chicken diet. He made a mistake. His goal, steamed chicken, is cooked in a French flattery pan. Run for the front call! CBS Dolphins headed to your side! Come on, Loki. Are you really going to take anything that goofy admiral told you seriously? There's no way a frog can do the front crawl. It's only crap. There's a frog doing the front crawl. You're a billionaire. And they are your employees. The imbalance of power is extreme, and that is why people want to come together to form it. Senator, I agree with you that I did not have the right to decide how to vote for a union or not. But I am the chairman, I am the CEO of the company, or I was the CEO of the company, and I have the preference and the right to communicate to our people about what it is we believe is right. Last thing you said, and it's been said many times by the chairman, I just want to make a point of that. This monarch of billionaire, let's just get it, okay? I grew up in federally subsidized housing. Let me finish. I grew up in federally subsidized housing. My parents never owned a home. I came from nothing. I thought my entire life was based on the achievement of the American dream. Yes, I have billions of dollars. I earned it. No one gave it to me. You're a billionaire. And
Hmm?
Tudo que você sabe que nem que vai ser, né? Pode ser. Hi, hi, give me your name. Who are you? None of your business. Are you full badge or what? Give me your name. Who are you? Two. This 80-year-old woman decided to end her revenge story. She wanted full body plastic surgery to look like an 18-year-old girl, but before the surgery, she called her biggest enemy and said,
Hmm? Goodbye. What matter this?
This man slapped the large lion's paw and lectured it for damaging his car seat, but the lion did not dare to fight back because since it was young, it has been disciplined. When a group of lions were fighting, they immediately stopped when the man approached. Once he took off his sandal, the lions immediately scattered in fear. But the real reason these lions respected him wasn't because of the sandal, but because this man was the owner of a nearly collapsed zoo. Many lions were no longer able to survive in the wild, and the man had spent most of his life savings to take care of them. He himself had raised these lions since they were young, caring for them like his family. This man slapped the large lion's paw and lectured it for damaging his car seat, but the have gone to.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the I'm clicking on them, but stream and zero started back a little bit for night session.